Good morning. Adoshi K. na. Kodoshi e ya pato just by the yet or agi the resources development committee we decided to have a leadership meeting with the United States Department of the Interior with Bureau of Indian Affairs. I do see the team here, and I did see Mr. Alona's right here with Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture. Do we have any representatives from the Department of Ag? Okay. Although in the AR, Fish and Wildlife, I believe we do have a representative. So, again, today, this leadership meeting, we decided to hold because we wanted to get some answers and possibly even set up the next steps in regards to the grazing permits. I know that has been a big topic. I've been attending some sessions across the Navajo Nation. And to the left, we've got our relatives in the Bennett Freeze area, the Hope relocation area as well. So the big Navajo side in regards to trust land. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Kodoshi K. Our federal partner BIA team. We do have Division of Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife, and Department of Ag, for being here. Auto grazing permit, official sheets at the land board, the sheep farm board, after that, auto local chapter leadership. Okay, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource Development Committee's leadership meeting with the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Fish and Wildlife for Tuesday, June 18th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Honorable Brenda Seuss.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Seuss is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Excuse. Honorable Shauna Enclaw. Excuse. Honorable Rick Hines. Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair, you have 2 members present, but you don't need a quorum for this leadership meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
So should not Tani no city, just to let you know, I have Vice Chair Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Honorable Shauna Enclaw, and Honorable Chair Rick Nez. They're all excused today. They have other meetings that they had scheduled or requested to be at by our speaker Curly. So so they at the borders of the non-Michigan and which are a by the excuse about that. So going on to the invocation, Kodoshi Eya to the Zenvidiki Asiskoya as chair of RDC Kodo Behade Sedoba Nachishiku Nini Yat Enopai Isaki today. So we could take off our hats and our caps and bow our head for Rosh Hashanah. Kodo Hajodole, now Sanchima Yadishita. Ado Kuden, I was casting in the name. Ubedanti G do home, 60 in the name, literally in the name. Jonah, 8 Elna, 8 Kuli Ega, Yijahajoba, names, who then can wait here, she can soon be legal. Who then the Nabikea of Kato Ega, as she used to Hajoba, Queens and Nisha Ega, for don't need the Never Washington, Hade, Nish. Division of Natural Resources, though Fish and Wildlife, or Department of Agriculture. Although they Washington, don't the Michigan Bureau of Indian Affairs. Although Nana Kud the Bedinans are Kayafinans are. Arjun Nini get the Hadini, although Totnas Nene. Although he has got the long bench house underneath Nini Kud. Hashim Sogo in the Lisa. Hadeh Allah Kud Nini came to Na. Yat eno ekodo, vanahi ado bakodi when so a quiet in yet ishte to God, quiet in the house that now go to permanent transportation. Kodo e yan linigi, the jo, quiet in the Kia da dictate, who that the Babylon source of Yale grazing permit. Ko hashine za as on obede or niche the Nebekea of the car. Leha abia therefore a yard state grazing. Laws, the agent, the Hutari, the niche, Adonana, who then big Navajo, trust man, the Niniki Aya, who regular grazing permit, Adon they off the yard of the age now, who benefits or relocation, no Aya, Hutar agent, but in the days nisha. Of course, the Lachid on Niniki Kunden, Joba, Adiabo, Kodonaso, the the Babylon source that you came and they never came up the car, but the jet one that was need, you not just didn't even know, Loshi Ado, Tao, ye not that in Chicago, when so joy with our fighting in the shit he had. Who did not, Ayat a Sahakis, Joy, none dingy with he, not stop with our Aya, the Nachapu a. Fighting a job by Indians and the Natchan, Nini Yad, Ego, Aya, we cannot other dogs, Aiden Kizad, Nini, Ado, Konshik Asian, now fighting, he can put on a dog or sign, trouble for a long song, just a show the she and the name. Not only the clean, prudent, we can get arguments in charging because the name larger. The way about either way, I don't need aid of Punta, Joe Baya. Who are creature in kitchen to the Zendon to the Zendi Bay, Kunden Park, and Yankees East. But are a Ziniki, a yan 19 Shindo, Shah, a needs and our creature. But are a Ziniki, Pushik Nashaba, was now Shaba, hands and on son edition, wishing stock at your bodies and the chaos that was on who Ziniki came and like capital bodies and above and that you a who Ziniki Shriar ever. Bagi is that they so that you need to go. Janna from to yard table, a yard, the better now supposed to be the care, grazing permit, the needing the code. A job beta housing again, so addition. Other cushion she need not, she stop not, I think she put all the needed. She had on that food needed put all in. So there's an up a need, so the they need, and the offer to a yard, off which it means to the. She had 90 need of food needed. But journalistic, yeah, auto in the area, Kodoshi A introduction, Kodoshi A yard, Kodo Resources Development Committee, A yard. So I want to give it to BIA, no Fish and Wildlife, Department of Ag and Division of Natural Resources. A Kodo, A the number Washington, no they Nishiki, Kodo Kiche, they got these, they don't who even that shit, they for sure. Why get high the non-ish eagle central put our aid in that so it's time I'd like to go ahead and move the floor over to my colleague, Arnold Simpson.
Yeah, David, and you gauge in that, yeah, I guess, okay, though, thank you, Madam Chair, and staff, though, you were attorneys are here again, I did, and, she, they, substitution, that. Late, I'm not doing, work, though, you must go, I'll be, baseball solution, though, the 8 chapters, when I shot, Eastern, that. Personal, and easy, Big Valley, White Walk, Kissimmee, Compton, and Michigan, say, standing with that. No, eventually, 20 she was just that's not tea. So, yeah, I'm nice, okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, she had, I don't the Neville Washington legislative, Jim had the Michigan, so she could look at data, starting with Karen and whatever I mean.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Thompson. I'm the legislative assistant with Health Education Human Services Committee. I'm from Bristol. I'm from the Pichiga. My name, Kiahani and Shlo, the Beth is in the chain for behind the Shade of Kachi, the good morning again.
Good morning, my name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani Senjikene, and I'm Reggie Festival, Arizona. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are we able to have Mariana? Okay, Shadeja, Honorable, Claude, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. For allowing me to introduce myself. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I am the delegate for Chinle chapter. And my clans are Hawaslan and Ishlino Twittich Eating, Chin, Kachi, Dashito, Kiani, Dashanala Kuta, Amado Sunshine. And I am also a member of the Resources and Development Committee.
Deja, and then Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels. I understand you're on the call.
Good morning, Chair. For those not honestly, Herman Daniels Jr. ANC. It's I mean, it's not the son of us is seen as God God as another dog who had been the for those I think can don't have on a banasness at a law and order committee. 25th Council, but thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Shiaj. Otto, our legal counsel, Miss Mariana Khan.
Good morning. Mariana Khan, Donna and the Slenigi a toy leaning but Annie Bushes chin, last cheer dashed shade, Senajikina a dashanala, I could our son nishlen. What is Ardent Nasha? And that's where I am speaking to you from. I am an attorney with the Office of Legislative Counsel. Good morning.
Otto, our other legal counsel, Miss April Quinn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable committee members, and everyone else in attendance and listening in. My name is April Quinn, and I'm an attorney with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Yeah, thank you.
you want to introduce yourself for Casey, because you're representing him? Yeah. Maybe shy.
Yeah, share Tommy Sosin share. This is my national Gene versus Sheen. We've been told that share for not national. And I'm the legislative district assistant for vice chair on the PC Allen Johnson. Yeah.
I can't have, Mr. Sosi, I don't.
Yes, I've been in, my name is Adrienne Rogers, Shikone Yap, that initial on that station, but she's changed for long, she trained go, and slowly, but she never. Second call, we Vegas, Nasha. I'm the legislative district assistant to Delegate Burlington City's chair, Marcy.
I can't have, next I'd like to take it to, DNR director and the departments that are under DNR and staff to introduce themselves as well.
Not a good, what's that, if I call it as a general. They point for the level. Although that, we become the strong, but it's been 400 to another, we are on it. What I mentioned, of course, that's so high, which will only go by the. I said, out of that, now you didn't get. That's all high up, all you. The other thing, it's all, that evening. So the Division of Natural Resource, Jeff Cole, with the Department of Fish and Wildlife is back there. David McKenzie, also with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We have Roxy June, also with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I want to introduce our, acting department, manager, Jesse Jim, with the Department of, Agriculture.
Okay, Gade Bennett, Shea, Jesse, Jim, Shea, Oshin, Michelin, of the Bashing, Chichi, Trade, Dutchinella, Later, I had Shado, Cash, and some Michelin, they,
Good morning, my name is Roxy June. I work as a principal planner with the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is David McKessick. I am a zoologist for the Department of Fish and Wildlife under DNR. And today I'm representing the Natural Heritage Program, usually with the Navajo Zoo.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Jeff Cole. I'm with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and myself and Roxy are responsible for getting this ARMP done. So we're here today to discuss that. Thank you.
Question, thank you. Navajo Nation, state, leadership. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to PIA for Shirley and her team to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Yate Bennett, Shea, Deborah Shirley, Aya, Dashidine. Although I'm the acting regional director for the BIA Navajo Region. Although don't actually Aya not in the dinner can achieve it ancient. Although nanish education Aya Bashichin, Ada Shichin, go my Dashki Schneider. Good morning, Angela Urbisilla, the Deputy Regional Director for Child Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Calvin Curley, Branch of Natural Resources, Navajo Region. Good morning, I'm People Save, Rangeland Management Specialist at the Regional Office. Date Benji, Jerome Vinci, Hudson is Shinaba, Shinos, National, Hutchins Chain, Chain Labor, Sub Agency, Natural Resource Management, Date Benji, Jim Vital, via Natural Resources, Richmond. Morning, Asia been so to the chair, I should all of that, so I should that's not me that you check.
I'm the acting the natural resources manager at the Shipyard Agency. I'm also the regional event specialist. Thank you. Good morning, Sevdiğim gelmeniz yerine donenleri namazını toplanmışlar. Arada tahmin eylesinler. Yani anlayasın seviyor. Bu edinin hakkında eylesinler. Arasında saçları şimdi ilgisi Natural Resources Managers. Again, we need to
Good morning, Lacey Salabay and Share with Ethnic Shrine Obeligana Bashish King, Nashesha Shiche Obeligani Dashina. I work for Chinley Agency with Dean Gamble. Thank you.
Yeah, Dave, you can hear me. Che Urban Chi, Chiedo, I work with the Department of Justice, Office of Attorney General. For the coordinates, Chiedo, Sinachini Bashish King, yeah, Ani National, President Shiche. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
That's Dave Bennett, Jay Cheryl Curley and Kiedo, Sinajin Kia Ani Bashish King. 20 Dash Chedo, Dash Chi, National, BIA, now with the region, not in Georgia, the National Tribal Operations Specialist. I can't.
For the other attendees, now who is in attendance to have a discussion here today. On the proposed agenda, the leadership meeting, the pending and reissuing of the Navajo grazing permits. So sheep units, sheep is famous and Hashim Sogo Diligi Ditch and Saigi Don Leda Yon da Tilo, Yon Kinda the Chitata, and I gave Hada Sehende. Dik at na di datzna khaydo ba to khajom kina kino ben na wa e khashim so wa h and na sa aji kitsa ya ta house a di sheet units they the webinar source for kha issue in that he had ayo kitsa dinigi ne ya ta house a di kodo ba these is the no other animal unit monthly they ha biological grazing permit they only she ajubanon put they no sin. We want to hear in regards to the pending and reissuance of the Navajo grazing permit. So we'd like to go into the sheep unit Ziki in regards to the forage assessment. And then we also want an update on the agriculture resource management plan. I know that Ms. Jessie Jim, who's been acting department manager for 3 weeks, 4 weeks now, a month, I know has been diligently trying to meet the demand of agriculture and its task under their plan of operation. So at this time, I'd like to go forward on the agenda. I don't know. And as departments, you've brought a PowerPoint presentation, but I understand the gentleman back there, is that Mr. Curley? That has a PowerPoint I guess utilizing his laptop, we can get your PowerPoint presentation on the screen. Auto in that we do have listeners on the call. I did as I've been going around this past weekend to agency council meetings, I've been letting our relatives and leadership know to listen in via Zoom regarding this discussion here today. So under letter A, auto index card, Alex Greenstein was nice enough to purchase some index cards for us. Table we caught ladies not the dish kiss. Oh, I know, Bernard, so he thought pin. Ya question not the dish kiss no siniki put up a cot side, NATO so Nahati lai e kodo na di kilo e kashi bedek e the never Washington just e de nishi e do dai Washington just de nishi that's it e bedek e chena di kilo e ade son dinigi kitchen NATO on for the Q&A. Sean will have a session after all the presentations have been made. So at this time, we'll do a presentation update by Department of Fish and Wildlife on the Navajo Fish and Wildlife $6.7 million Agriculture Resource Management Plan, ARMP, Environmental Assessment Statement, the EIS required by the U.S. Department of the Interior BIA before the transfer of grazing permits. The Deneba Washington, nature and Saigi. Nishiki so she the meat $6.7 million, the meat so yeah. In the Quina Haria Zeha Eastern Navajo, AI Kea Nadas, Hago rock outcroppings, Ado in the Sahoshin was saying on the Hasli. Ado Saho H and Hadan Seha Ado Hadan Seho and took away AEMs from grazing permit holders. Aje Ako Ashi Benaja Akut Akut the Nebekea of Cut Big Navajo be the Nini that's it. I thought Okut Go so every issue that or legal quite is she behind. Ako Kodoshi about the dish Fish and Wildlife. So Jeff, you want to go ahead and you have a PowerPoint presentation? Did you run it?
So.
Just a written report. I did provide a PowerPoint back in December and I did an overview of the ARMP. And then on the agenda, it just says update. So I just came prepared with an update.
Okay, so, you can. Well, yeah, there's a.
Good morning. Good morning, my name is Roxy June. I was hired to carry out the agricultural resource management plan. And back in December, I did provide an overview of the ARMP in Tuba City. So there's where I gave a full background on the ARMP, and today's agenda requested an update, so I'm just giving an update. I did provide copies. It's a short one-page report. I did email it to Rodney, but that was just this morning, so I don't know if you have time to send it to you. I also provided printed copies, 10 copies. So just a short update. An interdisciplinary team was established in August 2023, and I did share the team members with you. I can send that again. I did send out emails and made phone calls and made visits to the office to get participation. As part of the contract, it does ask some questions. So one of them was the area to be determined to be covered by the ARMP. I haven't gotten any real feedback on this, but we finally decided it would be trust land that hasn't had any rangeland studies within 3 years, so we'll cover as much as trust land as we can. Next, drafting an RFP and putting it out on the streets, so that was completed. We did issue an RFP from April 1st to April 30th of this year. Unfortunately, we only got one response, and it wasn't near what our expectations were, so we did tweak it a little, and we put out another one on June 6th to July 8th. In order to capture more response, I did send out the RFP to, I believe, 25 consultants that are on the other four consultants that are listed on the biological investigation permit list. Thus far, 3 consultants have indicated they are not going to respond. Number 1 was it's beyond their capacity. Number 2 is the timeline is too short. And then also they had problems with the project approach. So some of the contractors did say they're willing to discuss the RFP with us.
Madam Chair.
Honorable citizen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, President, thank you for your presentation. I know you stated that you was give an update. I'm sure we have some community members, grazing officials, and I'm not sure how much, how well they're familiar with this ARMP, California Resource Management Plan. I think we need to give them some type of update what we're talking about here. He put all of the there's 1 month, I'm sure, the staff here and this is what me. And I'd like to make sure that our community members and our elected leaders here, grazing officials, know what we're talking about here. So, I think we know hopefully for that about our sheet. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
I appreciate you guys, Honorable Simpson for that. So, to the team from Fish and Wildlife, or would, do I have to defer this to the Bureau of Indian Affairs? Although, and then it's on my colleague to, give a little background, education on the Agriculture Resource Management Plan. Its intent, of the expected outcome to give that environmental impact study. So, if I would like to go ahead and yield the time back over to Fish and Wildlife to expound on that, so that our grazing official and local leadership that are present here would have a understanding of the intent of that ARMP, why it was initiated, when it was initiated, where the funds are coming from, and the determination that was made. I don't know if you want me to defer this to BIA or Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, we were, our department was approached a few years back when there was a different division director, Dr. Shabala, and he said that he asked me specifically to administer this fund that came from the BIA. I think the main reason was because the Department of Ag doesn't have any 638 contracts right now, so they could give it to us as a modification of one of our contracts, which was the quickest and easiest way to get the funds to the Navajo Nation. So, what the ARMP does, and I'll turn it over to Calvert afterwards. He can talk about the federal laws and all that, because he knows that better than me. But you know, anything that's agriculture is going to be covered under this plan. It's really big because of the size of the Navajo Nation, and almost every inch of the Navajo Nation is covered by a grazing permits, or most of it anyways. Then there's the other agricultural things like the farming, things that maybe that they're not doing yet, whatever. But so it covers almost the whole Navajo Nation, and that's why we got quite a bit of money to do this. And so we decided to start out with creating an ID team to cover like representatives of all the different natural resource departments, and even outside of the Division of Natural Resources as well, economic development. So we got the team created, and we hired some staff, like one of Ms. Roxy, a principal planner, to be the lead on it, and then we're gonna hire a contractor to facilitate this process within Navajo Nation. But it's a big project, and like Roxy said, we've we've advertised specifically with 25 contractors that work here on the Navajo Nation, but a lot of them is beyond their capacity. So we're trying to reach out now. We're re-advertising this thing, and we're going to go advertise more nationally because of the scope of this whole project is so big. I think that's all I have to say. You want to say anything?
So back in December, when I did the overview, I did go over the code, the criteria, and just to do a summary before we turn it over to Dr. Curley. If you look at the ARMP, you'll find a lot of literature on it, review the purpose, you know, what are the criteria. But it does list the purpose as to assist tribes with developing, updating, and amending ARMPs and to help tribes make sound natural resource management decisions on trust land. So what you do is you inventory the amalgamation, you look at everything that in regards to agriculture. But that's what you're doing is you're developing a plan, and that plan is supposed to be the amalgamation and the BIAs. That's how they're going to go forward and manage agricultural resources on trust land. That's the overarching purpose of the ARP. And it can be used as a tool. So the amalgamation, if they decide, they can say, we know how to run our own agricultural resources. BIA, we would like to take this over. So you can also take over grazing permits, farm permits, etc. That would be the decision of the amalgamation. So it is extremely important, and 7 million sounds like a lot of money, but it really isn't when you're looking at taking care of and planning all the agricultural resources on the amalgamation. And one of the things that ARP consistently says is you have to talk to the people. You have to go to the community. You can't do these meetings in Winter Rock and have people come from across the amalgamation. You have to go into the chapters, you have to go to the agencies, you have to go to the districts. You can have these big meetings in the agencies, but it's not a good plan if people don't know about it and if they're not going to participate. So that's going to be a lot of the travel. And when you travel, you want your consultants there. You don't want them sending office people. You know, you want the people that have the academic and the work experience. Those people are extremely expensive, and they're probably not on or near the reservation. They're going to be in their office in Denver or Phoenix or Colorado or California, which means it's going to cost money for them to travel here. If you're going to do assessments on the land, you have to go out onto the land, so it's just really expensive. And speaking of agriculture, before the current manager, they were saying we probably need 30 million or more. We never sat down and did an estimate. That was like the next thing we were going to do. But so 7 million in comparison is very little. And the consultants did talk to us, or they did email us and said, we're willing to talk to you about this. So I don't know what the responses we're going to get, but we might have to look at a different strategy. Maybe we piecemeal it and do by agency. Doing it with the available funds, I don't know. But if we don't have enough money, we're going to have to think about something else. So I can share that PowerPoint that I did provide in December, or I don't know if Rodney can find it, but I can send it so that I get back to my desk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Roxy, for that. So before I move the floor over to BIA, let me give it to Shiash, Speaker Sub.
Good morning, trying to change our values. Also, she will not only mentally the community, and she can find us she. Look at me, that she go to Nigeria, that she can when she go from this is the visions and actually the politician. Yeah, and I coalition for action and so something. There's some meetings with programs, so I'm really very so care. Thank you.
So it's not a nice go ahead and go over to BIA. Would it be possible, Dr. Curry, if you can come up here and have someone run your driveway back there, show them? Pero the name of house, she pending, not on that much now.
Thank you. Invitation here. The question was regarding the ARMP.
Oh,
Okay, the Agricultural Resource Management Plan. Just to give you an example, the Navajo Tradition Land. Navajo Tradition Land received, we worked on the ARMP for Navajo Tradition Land. With that, ARMP, we work closely with the communities, and the important thing is to develop goals and objectives of the cost that you got. And the other thing also is that it recognizes the National Environmental Policy Act. When we did our assessment of NPL, the current capacity was what we looked at. So that's where the end sheet units came in. So that the Agricultural Resource Management Plan with the environmental assessment, that's what determined the 10 sheep units. So on Big Navajo, we were able to obtain some funding through central office, and the agriculture or the American Indian Agricultural Resource Management Plan, the ARMP, give that authority to tribes to develop their own agricultural resource management plan. But Navajo, we don't have a plan. And that's the reason we're stuck. We've got grazing permits out there where we're dealing with overstock, we're dealing with overgrazing. So we don't have an actual plan to move forward. Of course, that's going to include input from the people. So later on throughout this presentation, maybe you'll get an idea of what we're referring to, but that's what we provided funding to Navajo Nation. The funding was provided to BIA first, but under the funding, the way it was set up, it's a first right of refusal. So we provided funding to the Navajo Nation if they wanted to take it on, if they want to develop their own agricultural resource management plan. So they agreed, and that's what we're supporting. That's what we're at. And I know that they're asking for more funding, but we still have 66 million sitting there. Let's spend the money first and then look at more funding. So I think that's important. I'll tell about Stephen.
In regards to the ARMP, although the level Washington, BIA Navajo Nation, which we he said $6.7 million. For 80 for those, Navajo Washington, Jim Hunter, they should be fishing well like 8 for those net. 80 for the other one, just no, so, that's how let's go ahead and do it for about the words of fish and wildlife. Is that good, Honorable Simpson, in terms of, historical, information regarding the ARMP?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RC, education out there. Madam Chair, we as RC will understand what you presented us today. And my concern is I want to be sure our officials, city officials, and community members that came here understand this agricultural resource management planning. It's not for us to, we understand, we've been educated on this evening, but going back to again, hopefully our city officials and our community members that are here today understand what we're talking about and how we'll be utilizing this plan again. I'm not sure, again, it's going to be 3 years. I don't think it started, it needs to be done. So Again, since community members and you are officials understand what we're talking about, that's what I'm showing, you should understand from what we're going to be, as we talk about today, you mentioned.
Le grazing permit, Colombia amiga hosne. Le di de na sachi jo nature that animation jo narka. According Navajo Nation, so big Navajo trust them the nini a aja ato thieves forage evaluation nature kata sengi ato yego ana kao that's in Zamona Hojish. Ako Ayak, I did the webinar source, Lady Trust Bank, the webinar source that they use so savvy now, it's not when the set by the legend and saggy, Hane not that a on the Hadan, Seto Hago, David Dedicated for Car Trust Land has uneven. Eşi ağda jogo nos için ekipto neden Washington do kanan dişi eyyatıdan sağlanan dişi engesler. Ako Lego kota neden keya ka dinan ani bir kliniki de kalo. Has kui sani ani neden ligo sanadan ligo. Teşke namon acil yeniden gidip ki. The webinar so someone can check with the United States Department of Agriculture, that emergency base of it, not Johanna Farm Service Agency. Ego die, NRCS with the Nini emergency assistance for Benal Toshi, but no need caught, none will have by it's not named net. Oh, Benal go, why again? In here, is other family, Ziligi, even quite Egypt in the heart, fish and wildlife, that, so that they hard approaches, they Washington, BIA base of the church, them on that $6.7 million. A quite that. Even that John is Eastern below the level Washington, we shown also Washington. Hay Nashje, Joe, Nito, they so he is so she Joe Beta Rosie. Now, I've been so it are the neck and debating snap. So if I did a hard time, yeah.
Hold on, Miss,
I can do the full one.
sure, you wanna go ahead and. I think there's the laptop right back there by the guy in the maroon.
So, side conversation with the English Donald because I need the days. But now I saw that late the Yapa wager has object. I'd like to have her introduce herself and I'll go ahead and give it to Miss Shirley.
Oh, yeah, that's in the Bennett. Paake Kumpero, Napano Yahaki, Hadeshi, Hansadeshi, Hinsakai, Kae, the Fiji, a Kao, a Paake, and the Koyate, and the Shido. I don't know a dreaming science and the Shidin. I don't Shishin and Shido, because the kind of she said that she does not know the start, Yamani, that should say. I don't the 15 or they are the Hadashla for Hazan, a partner, the Liberton Hazan, O the shop, the fish on the sun and fishing, yeah. Ko ya te chi no de ko te ha pa chi no the company go de. Yeah, thank you, on both sides, so it's not like it's to Shirley. Yeah, it's the Joel, for the agricultural resource management plan, basically. Ado sashi, o his back was in that, there's open traditions and not bullshit, di never kaya for not story, akashi so, I don't know, is that's not set at the hello, not throw she don't know, so if the federal need to take a she Ado akashi so be do, ado that not throw she on that tidy, point kaya chida Ado nishit then nitlinigi lashta nitlini, nishido hashin so, as nishido, kaya chini, homestead leases that share the halo. I don't know that these cars that as a on that, I don't know, jot the one that they that recreation days, never the garnish touch it. Ado the end date is it a process not a jato ado that the a fork quad is needle fork wheel that is no that's any that shit Ako that's any stop is now sa over jo bounce case on seven has ado not on ko jo kaya hindi hindi kaya hindi ko jo on bounce case so does not eat on that just contact. It's that we cannot honor it's not our tribal council back in 1954 had Title III had they been on original. Of course, the open disposition, so the agricultural resource management plan, the auto the twin so the drought conditions I don't yes, climate that is not not me. Cutting the whole was the happy, what don't they chaos, a cop was going for, should a thought then. Not say as so, you guys say, Aro, we should deny she so believe the Hano paper, she goes to bed, don't sleep at the Hano, Aro, so she cut. The for you to the bed, the Hano, the paper, she got Hano, Aro, sleep, we got the Hano, for you, by the Aha so. The so, the chivo, so I'm that, I using that one down the sea. For so that obey, sit there, case of the George at the evening. Kayam Dinigi Hansen, that 7 generations, 7 generations, and then also we could sweep another cat. The whole Kayam George that you'll eat or this, eat or this. Puts up agricultural resource management plan, but every now by he play the job by yet I mean by job by yet. We should the battle heat the down. The DK and the heat the job that needs to go on so that because Washington, so every backwards and Kayam, then you go so there's a gun that Hershey machine so days cost a scientist that don't know it was on the cost of that. Everything is all on and the high be no so which I have in the double match she so others the better when they had or this others I got this she can't permit the party which I have and that is missing no everything now it's open the job and this is she would topic that was featured in that yeah.
Cash not on the road lady, I get the zone, you can eight nap and each study lardy. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and have, Honorable, Shirley Yazzie, Tato East Spala, because she gets down closing, so you can introduce yourself, Honorable Yazzie.
Bennett, can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, Jay Sherilyn Yazzie, Shadow, Honaga, Ninchla, Tortle Neighbor, Shifting, with the G name, that's Shadow, she had Dashanella. And I just want to say thank you for having this meeting, RDC. I did hear about the funding that had been, I guess, appropriated to Navajo Nation to really look at the grazing and the report. And I really do feel like a lot of this has to begin with our soil. We really have to make sure we're looking at the soil and the health of the soil before, you know, really moving into the lands. And I know that also goes back to our water and having that water for all of our vegetation, for all of the microorganisms in the soil. So I'm really looking forward to hearing this report and anything that I can do to help, making sure that we can move towards a future where it was brought up, we want to see, preserve and take care of our land 150 years into the future. But I look forward to hearing this and continuing to work with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Yeah.
Although they serve on other standing committees. So at this time, Ms. June, you want to go ahead and continue your presentation?
Okay, for some reason it's not listening to us, but this is the presentation that I did provide to RDC back in December to the city. And so this is just a little bit of an overview on the agriculture resource management plan. And so when you look it up, you might get confused with CFR. So the authority that you're looking at is under the US code. So on my first screen, I had US code versus CFR. And so I just want to let you know what's under US code, it's not under CFR. So if you look at US code 25 USC chapter 39, that's where you'll find the American Indian Agricultural Resource Management. And if you look under CFR, that's where you'll see like the grazing regulations for Navajo. So going to the next slide. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present on 4 topics. The first one is I'll do a comparison between an IRMP and an ARMP. So when you Google information, sometimes see the IRMP show up. So the IRMP is looking at all resources, all natural resources. And when you do an ARMP, you go and you focus on agriculture. So that's what we're talking about today, is focusing on agriculture. And then there's a manual that is put out. It's called an Indian Affairs Manual, and it's on the ARMP. So if you look at part 54, chapter 3, that's where you look at the purpose. You can get some more information on it. And then I'll go look at 25 USC. If you look at chapter 39, that's the American Indian Agricultural Resource Management. And then the fourth topic will be looking at Title 25, again, looking more at the purpose. So first of all, we'll start with the ARMP. First, I'll look at the summary, comparing ARMP with IRMP. We'll look at the Indian Affairs Manual, then we'll look at chapter 39. So if you look at the screen here, these are the differences between the ARMP and the IRMP. So this is the ARMP, and this is the IRMP. They're pretty much the same. Again, the focus of ARMP is agriculture. So right here, outline all agricultural resources. So this is where, when you hire a consultant, they're gonna go out there and they're gonna do an inventory and just gather as much information out there. What studies have been done, what reports are there, what's out there in terms of agriculture on navigation. And as part of that, I have been attending the grazing at the agency level, and I've been attending the farm at San Juan, the San Juan River Farm Board meetings, and I haven't been able to get to Eastern Land Board, but I did go to their annual meeting. So I'm just listening in, and I need to do an analysis and figure out what are the priorities, what are the topics that come up, and that will go into helping us with the plan. So what the ARP is, it allows the tribes to manage agricultural products. So it's livestock, products, cropland, that fits their needs and goals. And we're not the only tribe that is working on ARP. There's other tribes out there such as Fort Peck, that have already done their own ARP. So if you do a Google, you can look at the other tribes and you can see how they did their plan, what process did they go through. The ARP, it is federally mandated and regulated, as Dr. Early said, the legal authority comes from ARMA of 1993. And you can Google this, that can go in the US code, and you can read what its purpose is, how you're supposed to do it, what are the guidelines. And this is where I was talking to you about it being a tool to take over grazing and navigation side. So again, the BIA is a partner, and the BIA and others must follow ARMP. So in the end, or when the plan is developed, you have all your partners, you have all your stakeholders there. And as you work on the plan, everybody has buy-in, everybody agrees, the priorities are up there, so at the end you have a plan that everybody can work on. And the plan directs the management of resources. So if BIA, the navigation, the grants out there, we can all look towards this plan and say, when we look for funding or when we receive funding, this is the plan and this is how we should invest towards natural agriculture. And again, this is certainly an option here where the tribe takes over management of the resources from the BIA. So BIA has always said, if you have your own plan, you have your own laws, there's no reason you can't take over agriculture, which is grazing and farm permits. The next one is, again, it just lists some more differences between the ARP and IRP. So the timeline is where you'll see a big difference. So the timeline is mandated at a 3-year timeline. And then the language says 3-year upon initiation of the activities. So, and it's good for 10 years. IRP is good for 10 years as well. IRP is more expensive, more time consuming, because you're looking at you're looking at all the natural resources. This is a little bit smaller, a little bit less expensive because it's just agriculture, but it's expensive nevertheless. So after 10 years, we should be reevaluating it. How did we do with this plan? Did we carry out our plan? Have we been working with BIA? Have we been working with our partners? Have we been using our funding and our efforts and our resources towards this plan? So this is not a plan that comes out and we give it to BIA and say, here, go and take care of agriculture. This is something that we're doing as a team. We gotta do it together. We both have to use our resources, and hopefully we all work together to carry out our plan. ARMP information, again, I'll look at the summary, the Indian Affairs Manual, and also the US Code. So these are things that you can Google, and the literature is there's a lot of literature out there, so once you start reading one, you read another, you kind of see that same theme coming out. It's a plan that everyone works on together. It's an inventory of agriculture. So, next. So you see the Indian Affairs Manual, it's the ARMP Part 54, Chapter 9. It gives more detail. It gives more explanation on the ARMP. And again, it's a 10-year plan. It's developed in accordance with an IRMP. We won't have an RMP, but it is a 10-year plan. And again, it specifies tribal management goals and objectives developed for tribal agricultural and grazing resources. And it says that plan will govern the management and administration of Indian agricultural resources and Indian agricultural lands by the BIA and the tribal governments. So again, it's a partnership. Next, and then this is the purpose. So everybody said, well, why is it important? Why should we do it? Why should we spend money on it? And again, it's to assist the tribes with developing, updating, and amending AMPs, and to help the tribe make sound natural resource decisions on trust lands. And then it goes and provides more detail on what the purpose is. So it's done in accordance with rules and regs that are laid down on it. Again, it's for the efficient and cost-effective management, agricultural program resource management planning. And then it has a citation of 25 USC subsections 3711. More details on the plan. So this plan would also meet with the USDA, NRCS, and FSA conservation planning process. So I know there's a lot of times people say, why do we have to have a plan and it's not accepted by FSA, or it's not accepted by NRCS, or NRCS requirements are different from FSA, which are different from navigation. So this plan should be able to put everything together where all three parties accept the plan that was developed. And again, one of the important things is that you work with authorized land users, the landowners, the federal partners, and you can develop a conservation plan for each agricultural lease and permit. And it talks about conservation plans. And then the last one we'll talk about is the code US 25 USC. So if you look at the code, if you look up on the internet, you're gonna see all this stuff in there, and it just covers everything on the ARMP. So the one that we're gonna look at is the purpose. What does it actually say on the purpose? What does it say about management of Indian rangeland and farmland? What does it say about Indian participation in land management activities? So we'll focus on those areas. So again, you know, and this is something I'll say over and over and over again. The ARMP is a tool. It's a tool used to address Navajo Nation sovereignty over agriculture practices. So what does that mean? It's just a fancy way of saying Navajo Nation, if that decision is made, I certainly won't make it. It's something the council and the president would have to talk about. Do we want to go crazy? How much is it going to cost? You know, these are things to consider. Yesterday, when I was listening to the feral horse presentation, one of the delegates was saying it's expensive. We're not receiving a lot of support. Let's just give it to BIA. That certainly, after you do this plan, that might be something that just remains under the BIA. When you take over something, you become responsible for it, including funding. So if you look at Department of Agriculture, are they fully funded to manage grazing and farming? Is that going to change if we take it over? Those are very important questions for all of us to consider. So when you say, where's my grazing permit? How come I'm not getting my grazing permit? We all point at each other, but the reason is because of the forage. And we all have to agree that's what grazing permits are. Grazing permits are to manage grazing. If there's no forage, you shouldn't have grazing permits. So I'm hoping by going through this whole exercise that we all say, hey, let's defer grazing. Let's cancel permits. Let's do something else other than raising sheep units. So if we don't have sheep, if we don't have permits, what should we do? We should work on conservation. I think that's what we're going to find out is that we have to work on the land. If you work on the land, if the land has more forage, then you can look at bringing back the sheep units, raising it, lowering it, keeping it the same. Who's going to work hard on conservation and really protect the land? Those are the people that are going to have the sheep units. And all of this is going to be part of the whole exercise. When the scientists come in, they do their studies, they're not going to say, yeah, raise the sheep units. That they're not going to say that. How do I know? Because I've been part of the process for NPL, for Bennett Freeze, for Western Agency. All the scientists said, come on, guys, you got to stop right now. You've got to reduce grazing. In some areas, you should not be grazing. This was 10 years ago. So this is not, the ARP is not an answer to issuing grazing permits. It's going to say, let's turn to conservation. And I went to a drought summit workshop in New Mexico. They said, we're receiving the same amount of precipitation, but it's getting hotter. It's getting hotter longer. So they said, we need to take care of our soil. If the rain comes down, it hits the soil, you want that soil to be in good health to capture and hold and retain the moisture. That's what New Mexico's doing. That's what their focus is. That's how they're going to deal with drought. And what's our soil? And that makes me scared because what's our soil like? So this ARP is going to be a wake-up call for all of us. And I'm excited for the opportunity because I think we can do a lot by working together by doing conservation. And these are federal dollars. These are federal dollars, and we can't ignore what this plan is going to bring to us. So this is extremely important. Next, sorry, I went a little bit. So again, it's authorized under the ARMP, and these are all the readings. It's all in the federal code. This is all passed by Congress. It's all part of Navajo Nation law or United States law. So you'll find all that language in there. And again, what is ARMP? It's a document. It's a written document that details the available agricultural resources. It identifies agricultural resources goals and objectives, establishes our management goals, it defines our critical values, it determines actions to meet the established goals. And this is not stuff just done by me, by Fish and Wildlife, by agriculture, by water resources. This is all gonna be stuff that's from the people. If you look at our RFP, a lot of the activities being out in the community, meeting with the people in the community, at the agency level, at the district level, really involving all the farm officials, Eastern Land Board, District Grazing Committee. That's where the activity is going to be. So this is not an aggregation here in Winterloch doing the work. It's the people in the community. So if you guys hear about these meetings, please go. I've been attending agency and district meetings and letting them know this is coming up. This is coming up. When we hire our consultants, we're going to have that media out there. We want you guys out there. And you need to listen. Please listen to the scientists. Listen to what they have to say to us. Community engagement. This is like huge. This is like probably one of the most important parts of the ARMP is public participation. And that doesn't mean 20 people, 10 people, 15 people. You know, we should have 75, 100, 200, 300 people. When I was at agriculture and Captain Benali was trying to figure out these issues with the permit, she had meetings in Saley, Twin Arrows, and Fire Rock, and they were looking at managing permits, and she was even mentally canceling permits. We had 300-400 people easy, all the meetings, Twin Arrows, all the volunteer field. It was pretty nice to see that many people. Again, the authority is PL 10377, and it's from 1993. So it just talks about all these things, and these are all things that you can look up. And that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Juneville, Jeff, for providing an overview on the Fish and Wildlife as a task and responsibilities in regards to the agriculture resource management plan. So, na diagnosis sa ibo so making the Washington that she from the the public law the 377 law in the spine USC United States Code, right? So it says United States Code AD Kaya Nini Eki Hudson. She era on the Argent on citizen legal law code and Austin became other the notions. A Koyan who Nini additional found resources and development committee has a deal. Now San became the Mandanista. The Kodo Alonde. Now, Tani, the Department of Agriculture, Ye Chevrolet, the Nini, although, you cannot only the Shirley, see, as on the list, I here, that's a lead, who the Levikia car. They Red Mesa chapter national was Utah Saturday and on to 160. Just within that 10-mile span right there was probably over 200 wild horses. Ado ida eya kuso not and not thank you now. Later the Kuina Hayat 1960s. 70s and to 80s, she gave over the chief. Kodan, I gave okay, Nada, he at Dishile Ekado with Ada. A couple, Nini and Nago, Kodoshi, a Yande Washington, that they have this. the enable teach has come throughout the 574 tribes across the United States. They're given this task and responsibility. Although we cannot find it under the student and then the Neville Washington Navajo Nation. We cannot grazing permit monitor if ego issue in on the Habadon Atos Binika. So a adet mini issue cannot on the lower logic cannot on the mini doctor nitrogen after and Navajo Nation, I thought enough people, they Washington, that in that case, he died in the Navajo Washington business. Business site leasing regulations, the many ada of that, the haven up. All and home site leasing regulations, the net. API ada, ada, non-Michigan. Kojit Navajo Washington, Jim Kentucky, Young. It's aimed at for those a young nuns, so that it's able. Hey, Darnish, hey, I only show her, I speed or though we can. It is a young, and they, enjoy can not go after they was on a default. They put us, she to show her the young. Auto A Washington, BIA the Vatican, Congo, the Mason, Chile, Ada, Nankito, me. Joe A, I thought that's it, would be he. Joe, why is she a Abishi, the quite not the kilo, we're at that stage now. A Koyan that put it, Nihin, Nahot it. Hana, Nishidi Abba, or Bogata, Adon Leda, the net ARG, Namishita, and the A, so A Namishpada, or Afro Haido, they. Upon label teach, Tishita, I got a baby that A, Kia, Hagido, the net, the Kia, Hagina, Ziggy babies, so that's the art of accessible. The KA, the site of West Virginia is the Navajo Nation boundary territory of Quintac. So with that, again, I'd like to thank Fish and Wildlife for your presentation. Although I'd like to have my colleagues ask questions, but one question I have as chair of RDC is, in terms of timeline for the RFP, how much longer are we looking at to secure a consultant or consultants to actually start the boots on the groundwork for this plan? I guess that would be my first question. Okay, Kodoshi, then that's question one, and I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Sciences.
So, good, once again, good morning, thank you, RDC, IC, Patego, I know we've done similar, activities before, but I'm really interested in problem solving, and I'm sorry I missed the, Fish and Wildlife report and where you're at with item 8. So I'll catch up on that here soon. But just going back to some of the comments that were made earlier, in my region, and we're in PL region, we have grazing permits that were canceled because of the Navajo Hopi land dispute. And so those permits have been canceled for about 50 years. And I think that in itself, I understand what you're saying about the land and the conservation, but also there's an injustice there that you can't ignore. There's been 50 years of a grazing permit cancellation that has really debilitated our people out there. This is their livelihood, and they missed out on, 50 years of activity in regards to having animals. And so that we need to, so I agree that we need to do land, conservation, rangeland management. We need to do those things, yes. But there's a catch-22 here, because if you don't have permits and you listed two wonderful resources, USDA equip, you listed NRCS. But if you don't have permits, you can't access those funds. So how are the people supposed to try and apply for those grants so they can do land conservation? How does that work when you don't have, the permits to do so? So that's the problem in our region. Right now, today, I have 20 people, young people in my house with a conservation scientist. They're gonna do some small scale work, so just, hands and shovels and rock gabions and such. So there's those things happening out there. But it's not with the help of the Navajo Nation, it's not with the help of the Department of EIA, but just finding small grants here and there. Those are efforts that need to be, invested in. And so the people, what I'm getting to is, that people do want to do conservation work, but they can't, and it costs money. And with the droughts and with the lands dry for so long, the waters, the washes, the heavy rains that come, they've been taking out all the sand, and we have big washes now. And we can't just get a shovel out there, we can't get a simple tractor out there. You need major heavy equipment now to go and do that, conservation work. So these are issues that I see, and I hope, I really do hope we start looking at these, federal documents and looking at how we can start to do this as a nation, because that certainly is a part of nation building, is to practice self-governance. And that is the very thing that, the federal government thought we couldn't do. We couldn't take care of ourselves, we couldn't take care of our land. So we are saying, and I know the elders from my community are saying, families and yet, families and it needs eat. And there's that other holistic perspective. There's that perspective from our Navajo, of our cultural lifeways in which we look at the land. I appreciate the scientists. Yes, they give you, some perspective. But also, we hit the net need, we think we're not smart enough. And a lot of our traditional knowledge and our traditional lifeways science is barely catching up. And so, what about those teachings? Those, I'm gonna ask, the gentleman here from Fish and Wildlife, I understand you're gonna use maybe a real science-based approach, but I'm also saying that we also have our own traditional knowledge and lifeways that we should insert in there definitely. So there can be rain. And yes, we can listen to the science that says there's climate change. We can listen to the science that talks about how rain is coming or is not. But then we also still have that ability to say, so so those are things that, in my region, those things are still practiced. And then the overall thing, take permits away. There was a study done in my region several years back. And what that study determined was that the animals and the sheep are very much intertwined with people's emotional health. If you take that sheep away, what are you going to replace it with? So when you take that sheep away, what are you gonna replace it with? You better have established some good mental behavioral health programs and out there in those communities. What's the heat, the old, has needs, by a job to be the citizens, being the I went to Jean this weekend. Now, Jean to be this. In regards to all these things that we carry. So, let's look at land conservation. Let's look at up in Black Mesa region where Dorothy's from. It's a beautiful place and the forage is there. So certainly, and then if they were supported with, because they're at the headwaters of that Black Mesa region, they told if they have proper support in doing conservation work up there. So what they usually say is the goal is you want to walk the water. You don't want the water to run, you want to walk the water. If they have proper conservation efforts and support, they could turn that place around very quickly. There's a lot of efforts. Well, to me, I do hear and I see places that are overgrazed, so we look at those places and what I'm seeing in the way other countries are doing things, they are finding ways to do land conservation, and they're turning their communities, their homelands back to green in no time. But it needs help, and I do agree with that. So those are just some concerns I have, some questions I have. I really do want to use our own traditional cultural teachings, very much integrated into this process. And I agree, we do need to, hear from our people out there. And then my region being NPL, that we have a lot of catching up to do because we've been, our grazing permits have been canceled, and that's not the fault of my people. Right nearby, our neighbor, the Hopi tribe, they took on their own efforts, did their grazing permits. I thought, they go on to beg, upon from Bird Rock chapter, from Black Mesa, they the Hopi land, they start capturing those waters. I went to their grazing permit, but some of our Navajos live on HPL. So some of our Navajos have great Hopi grazing permits. But our own neighbors, and here we still don't have any. And yet the Department of Agriculture came out and had a meeting out at the residence. So they set up meeting there, and the Hopi officials told them that there's money from NRCS, there's money from USDA equip. He told me to be plumbed up, okay? Fishing, you base on the time, so I was in the out of the notch of home, base of a part of what he doesn't have at the home. All the stuff that the home sons of that should allow me to they examine he don't tell me because one of the exam song of how much he general tell me that's not his name. Of how pay off actually this grazing land management, they were given the resources as well. So it can happen. This was just, 10 miles from my home. So in those regions, we could have these things set up too. So oya son, autonomy, ado chi the bed sauce, touching parts of page door, got she that we have access to these funds. And that's my goal, that's what I want. Mr. Greenstein, the request, and that just the Taniki, the Ghana, Kata, and all Yajogo, Kata, Yoksma, and other down, Kate, the sound peso or you on the Otano, so she no high is and on the holiday, so if I'm Sida, so she by a day, she got so apologize for being long-winded here, and so those are just some concerns and questions and something that I'd like to see in this upcoming work that is before us.
Thank you. Good morning again. When the reports have been given, the Fish and Wildlife Services, and regarding the ARMP, that's the study that's going on. It is the funding that we receive from the federal government. And we understand that only a certain amount of money is spent. But as we allude to the timeline, when this study is to be completed, I would advise that maybe a periodic update of Fish and Wildlife to the committee. If you don't see it within your I guess goals to meet it by the end of this year, and if you see it more like next year, I think that the projection of the timeline should be given to the communities that we have an answer to the community. Because we go home, we're really passing. Issue are the things are not issue because of the study. The affairs not every issue is permits. And so a lot of these issues are going on local levels. So we just need information with some general timelines for your program to it so that we can convey that to our navigable ranchers. Also, even to the grazing officer, because they're in a different position at the local level. The answer is directly to the rancher. Right now, they are usually, some of them may complete the grazing, their branding schedule. Some of them may have, so in the midst of branding. So, we have a lot of questions coming from the communities. The other is that I think that, with a lot of the issue pertaining to overgrazing, I do see the line of meeting halfway. Have the narrow side and the just westerns. Where do we work together? Where do we want to meet? Because we're subjected to public law. These public laws that are in place are actually laws that are set by Congress. And that's the reason why this permit exists. Each and every grazing permit throughout the Navajo Nation does not belong to Navajo. The Navajo Washington for Pitas. Not so it's just like your state ID, your state driver's license, Navajo Nation is and it is association is Uncle quite much so speed that not so shitty that I mean mimicking totally project up here, the original here, she drove in on sort of God, not sort of it. Oh, Peter, he not sort of chill, special stuff. Washington, the best, onion. Best fun. Although the media like to Washington, the best onion, best onion casting. خارجي in position. Washington, the things of the man, she's not based. When not she, when not that spot, needing nine. Pero in that spot, also as I think someone got hurt. Catch the betterment, the betterment, Washington, the federal agent, right? Not Joshi was a no job, no, Yoshi was not for that, so leadership, he got me how she or the so permanent we here the never mission. Commission of the day. Based with us from in Washington, did happy, honestly, the others, not just a care in our mission. They are not permanent, no care permanent, and many things are here, not so neither. You shift that. The Grazing house. So this issue of the livestock count is supposed to be where you had the federal government's eyes there too. And we go to a rancher who does not push it, but it's zero. Washington, does it? I don't think so. We must have the Grazing officer. She go. And should be so, right? Because a dog on Sunday. You hear, I didn't know Washington. They are the honey. I was in the over I think not so she at the Washington car at the mandate, so they never is on. Washington at the so they need to your car and now very short they go in. So we're the federal responsibility in my view. Peter, spaghetti is here. That's the kind of ski. Because you always found that on another will give. Easy there, always need. And in they never always need. Why is the money going to the BIA? Why is that funding from Congress going to the budget allocations? None of Congress allocates the budget to the power. The nation does not receive the allocation for any allocation to manage the goods and premiums. But that dollar goes to the line item that's at the bigger meetings. Extension agents, unless there's not piece of cat. Shouldn't need, we're not. I don't want those two statements there shouldn't need for compliance, pay that is a check. Crown Point, the place to check, the army manager place to check. In Washington, they're not, the article, not so not just. Donde na bago, pega si do pero kato at na var na da. Berman asa ita. Ownership. I see Grazing talent counts happening all my life. This is what I am saying. Think that we have to go back to the drawing table, really identify how much responsibility are we really taking and doing for the federal government? Or spontaneous. Because federal CFR need to give any attend Washington. They can hire and hire and request for additional funding for their operation. And now the government side of the we're going to give it to Navajo about I didn't check those stuff. We already have a Navajo Grazing and Active document that's ready to go, but I understood earlier, not this meeting, but the last couple of work sessions we had, that's ready to go. They cut did not so shame hit, we hit anything of them, we hit that we must be over, we hit it all with. I did from Ronda, I initial agriculture, the Jim I did people car. This is how the Navajo grading is when you look as we rate each of it, because we already have something in place. You look at the home site lease policy. CFR, like the thing, we hit Vedanta. The Bureau of Indian Affairs are the running statement. They then hit Vedanta. Did able catch up or the operation. Could not so share, but there is only fashion so area. Against love, catch all the table. Ask the name, AIDS love. There is only here. Here when the heart, where only heart was in the cuts on me. So a niveau. Now the problem Washington, we still have to follow federal regulations the end of the day until Congress changes the policies. The home site lease that follow what the Heart Act says. We sustain in that conflict. We have to make that move somewhere. I think the Department of Agriculture, we really need to put our feet down at some point. If we're doing the federal responsibility, we're not the trustee. The trustee is not so big box of that. Then next is that we have issues pertaining to overgrazings. And I think that this in general, we have to put the onus back on the Navajo rancher, not copy. Force around the man is that men cannot be trapped. And the numbers that have been given by the aerial survey from Fish and Wildlife, the numbers are high. When do we hold the permittees responsible for it? Do we request the Bureau of Indian Affairs to go ahead and readjust those permits to half their smoking rates until they are in compliance? Those are just some, do we have to start going that far to get our people to address the wild horse issue. If the grazing official finds the wild horse roundup, is that in the opinion of so resolution about that is unacceptable. I don't like people that they seeing so no, it comes the election issue and election propaganda and but all we're trying to do is enforce the law. There is so even catch and not all this stuff. I think that Chair Bevan will try to reach out, chapter officials try to reach out to your line. Should initially young team or not say very mountain and top not the down forwards like or you then or you think need day body need day. On nothing shit and get I think social media did not sorry, you carry my family in my family that's the quickest way to blame somebody. Blame leadership. You go back to the question being go with the or a bed, if I that's what we can take. It's an option. Or comments. But you know, we really need to get a grip of that. And I think with future dialogue, we really have to sit down with Bureau of Indian Affairs moving to this, because right now the permanent system is under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We can only make a recommendation from council. If we introduce legislation that say recommend to reduce all stocking rate across the nation, that's a move that the nation is asking the Bureau of Indian Affairs to make that move. Maybe reduce the stocking rate to by quarter. See what happens. Because if the zone that you don't claim that I did and I think or not clear. Or you think we know that. Or clear. Sweden thing. I'm not kidding that area. Because show anything. But kid or better kid something not very hard with it. I don't see I never thought that. Need I don't there's nothing. There's not a name. Three horses. So all the time to see kids, the policymaker, and there's some of the issues that I think that important versus we just have to make a bold move. And I look bad on leadership and people are going to dislike us for it. But somewhere we have to put our feet down. And now you bend them. You see it, and then you got not done these at the local level. But that's just my thought. I'm just one person. Oh, I'm just kids. So I thought to you. Oh, I go care. Oh, come on, it's not the change. It's not the yet. Oh, I'm me. I'm not so the tree. The net is not. Yeah, not nice. But it's still livelihood. They do it right, they can manage it. Oh, no. Although I would rather have quality over quantity. Oh, okay. How much? Well, how do you send me that? How do you use that? Must I look to you? But no, being made in the kind of shop the art in the thing that I can't show. Yeah, it's how we are changing. Because he know better than know people that you go that. Oh, in the it's a big shop. They can't keep you to the show. God, what you get me? Only bigger than the only answer. Or not. Or you could that. Or no, Lola the batch of Yaka, Sita and Yaka, maybe birds that only Fernando Jackson, and Joe Passion, the Navi, but she's not known. Not the fact. No, video and onsen or the number of down. I on this which people. So, I've never done sin. So that's the thing that I engage the only for long time, the daily practice in house. Oh, so I'll follow the okay, that's my.
Yeah. Although, I'd like to go ahead and move the floor back over to the presenters in regards to number one, the timeline. In regards to RFP and, looking at, furthermore, to getting the consultants, boots on the ground and out in the communities to be able to start the assessment. And then there was also some questions that was posed by Delegate Simons in regards to conservation plan and also range management. And you have alternative plan should the application wish to hold back the grazing permit, as this is the livelihood of a lot of our older generation. I don't know if Josh, Speaker So pretty much asked the same question in terms of timeline. And then the next question is, who is really the responsible party? Maybe this could be something, what is Navajo Nation's position, and also get BIA's position. And then also really taking a step back and asking how much responsibility the Navajo Nation has undertaken right now, and tally count of what was our federal partners' responsibility as their entity that issued the grazing permits. And now the question is, I guess for leadership and a lot of our people, should we give this responsibility back to the ICANN? So without Tessa, I guess just where you think that you need to make the response to Mr. Rolati. And then Mr. Malone, I don't know if you want to add anything here as well, so I'll give it back to Ms. June or Jennifer.
Okay. Thank you. Can you all hear? Yeah, right. So on the timelines, right now, July 8th is our deadline for getting the bids for this project into the controller's office. And so what we're doing now, since we failed to get a viable contractor the last time we did this, we're reaching out, going to basically national level, trying to find a company that can take this on in a way that we believe that we will be successful when we're done and have a viable plan for the Navajo Nation. And I really appreciate your comments about the traditional knowledge. And I'm assuming that's going to be part of this process, but we need to make sure that that happens. And if there's a certain group out there that's suited to provide that, we need to make sure that's done. So you know somebody that needs to participate in this is going to be the public scope meetings throughout the Navajo Nation for all the public's input, as well as the natural resource departments and economic development and anybody else in the BIA, the federal government. I mean, everybody chime in on this planning process. When we get done, I heard mention that, people had lost their grazing permits at NPL for many years now. And that Mr. Shows are going out, ideas about, cutting permits across the board, or whatever happens, whether there's less permits or more permits, or it's gonna be different probably by different areas, but there has to be enforcement, or it's all meaningless. This whole thing is meaningless, and we're just spinning our tires. So, where the permits were cut, I mean, does that mean there was no grazing out there and it's a very pristine area and it's ready to have lots of permits? Or was there trespass grazing and feral horses? So it's just been, is more condition as most other areas in general, generally speaking, So I think, that's my comments, with everything was said. I hope I didn't miss anything.
I just wanted to address to, when you were saying we need to make room for traditional practices. We're not gonna say, you guys, this is how you do it. This is how you serve. This is how you address your problems. That's why we're going out to the community. So it's the community that says, this is what we want. This is how we want to do it. And we should have the studies by them. The scientists aren't going to tell us. They're not going to tell Navajo, you need to do this, you need to do that. They're going to give us the information they found. And it's us. It's us that's going to have to say, this is what we want to do. And when I say cancel permits, I'm not saying cancel everybody. I'm not saying get rid of permits. There's permits out there that have not been active for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. There's permits out there. They don't even know who that person is. If you go to Ganado Farm, they've been trying to issue farming permits and they can't find people. They've advertised it. They write to people. They ask the community, do you guys know who this person is? They don't know who that person is. And we can't cancel that permit. Those are the kind of permits I'm talking about. So you have a board and you say, you have this area and there's 300 permits. If you have a permit that's not active, not being used, you're still counting those sheep units. If you can get those off the board, at least that brings your number down. So that's what I'm talking about. And again, this is our plan. I mean, I want input too. I want to say, what about our plants? What about our animals? What about our wildlife? That's going to be my focus when I have input. And everybody's going to have something different. They're going to say, this is how we want to do it. So this plan isn't like vanilla and it's only one way. It's going to incorporate everyone that participates in it. So it's not the scientists versus Navajos. We're hiring the scientists to do the studies, to give us their assessment. And then they give us the information, then we make the decision. And again, when I was in agriculture, I studied the history of grazing permits. Grazing permits were given to manage the land. That's what grazing permits are for. We've turned it into something different. We've turned it into property. We revalue it so we can celebrate our children when they graduate college, so we can have land and mutton and ceremonies, but that's not what the grazing permits were for. They were to manage the land. And when grazing permits were taken away, it was because we got sued by the Hopi. Hopi said Navajo's not taking care of the land. So they did their studies and the court agreed. We said, yeah, Navajo, you're not taking care of the land. Hopi and Navajo, you guys need to get rid of your permits, reissue them, give us a plan, tell us how you're gonna do it. And Hopi did it within a couple of years. Navajo, we're still struggling. Because and you would think that the land where all the permits were canceled would be lush, would be pristine, would be the most beautiful land. But if you listen to BIA, when they give their presentation, that's just not the case. And I don't think it's just the people, it's also the climate. We have winds, we had crazy winds, I mean, we're having fires, we're having floods, I mean, we're just having to deal with a lot of things and we have to adapt to that. And so it's unfortunate, grazing permits were issued to take care of our resources. And it's not just about grazing cattle, sheep, and horses. There's also wildlife out there. There's also plants out there. And we need to think of taking care of those too. This is not just about cattle and sheep. When I was looking for agriculture, they have a scraping program. So they would work with sheep owners, and they found that the most unregulated livestock in the Navajo Nation were people that have sheep. Almost all the people that they were helping did not have permits. So it's that's just agriculture on that one. Thank you.
Yeah, for making a response. Before I give the floor over to, Mr. Malone, Division Director for DNR. I know that fans, and I don't know how much of you tune into Resources and Development Committee. I believe this committee is tasked with a huge responsibility. Although, one of the other issues that has come up, two issues actually, is the tribal ranches out there. I know that there are individuals that are leasing the tribal ranches called agriculture resource management plan that particular component of the tribal ranches needs to be input in there. But I don't, because I know that BIA has been asking for conservation plan. The Eastern Navajo, the grazing permit holders there on Indian allotment land, they've already done their homework. Also, AUN's they own niche and they pay $2 per head or every 5 sheep units on a monthly basis, and at the end of the year, in January, Eastern BIA would send out invoices, and they would be given a certain time to pay their annual AUM fees. And all that goes on, Nico, Asian, Big Navajo, Jay, and the grazing from Cat Lana. You know, that's what we get from, our constituents over there. They have to maintain through their conservation plan. I thought that they need that. They're trying to do their rotation pasture, their grazing management. So going back to the tribal ranch leases, the biggest concern right now is possibly overgrazing. Just how often are the individuals leasing these ranches out there really looking at the forage evaluation? Seeing that there's also possible, evidence by just visually seeing that they're overgrazing out there, they're over their capacity. And so we tasked that to the Department of Agriculture to give us that information of all the individuals that are leasing the land and how many heads, what was the last physical tally count down. The other part is water rights, on northeastern Arizona water rights, just went before council, we approved it. And the biggest issue that's coming out of there is that Washington, and all the objectors that we had, southern lower basin, like Holbrook, Winslow, Lake Springerville. And then we have Arizona Land Department, we have the federal government, we have our, neighbors, Hopi set on San Juan Southern Paiute, we have the ranchers. The net for Washington, the net and the Navajos in the Arizona side don't need this much water. No, 40,000 plus acre feet per year. And we're the indigenous people. We've been here from time of immemorial. It's all quiet. We had to sit down with the parties and But the real core issue here is that we need to go back to Janatani Nikki, our Honorable Simonson. Lay back in that mass, on that, well, we need to get that much more smarter. We need to rehabilitate those. We've got the earthen dams coming up with proper watershed restoration. Ado inda eya the pond the they will put on the kahan kade ko yichitas ne. According that able be neat either so thank God, several years ago, hello, Mr. Alex Greenstein, this young gentleman, would you please stand up? This young gentleman is the one that brought the agricultural infrastructure concept idea to Navajo Nation. And because of him, Navajo Nation was able to get over $100 million back through the AIF fund. With that concept, we need to start integrating real projects like conservation. That's what we need to do. Our objectors, I guess. You just saw this, but what are we going to do? When are we going to get our hands dirty? And AIF dollars, possibly for year 4, which we need to, start developing with, Department of Agriculture and DNR. That's where we should be planning education in that. That is the most sign for grazing officials. We can't fails and later back at the house. For us, we all should have So again, that's where the discussion is at that level for RDC with DNR Isham. So I just wanted to put that out as additional variables to what we're talking about here today. So the Hashine budget, we're talking about the education. Now, so Mr. Holland, I'd like to go ahead and yield the time over to you as director of DNR and just what was discussed and as division director for DNR. Maybe you want to go ahead and share what you've been discussing with your team and going forward. And then with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to BIA then, who are item P on the agenda. Okay.
Rodney, request to speak, please.
Honorable Claude, today, I'm sorry for that. Could you go ahead and please, we'll go ahead and yield the floor over to you, Honorable Claude.
Okay, thank you, Shredda. So I just have a few questions before BIA and Mr. Halona answer, and this is regarding the range management units. I just wanted to see what are the regulations for each Navajo agency. So we have Chinle, Tuba City, Fort Defiant, Shiprock, and Eastern. And the reason is that I have attended Central Agency as well as Western Agency, and there seems to be different variables. So if we could get those regulations sent out to our RDC committee, as well as those delegates that are in attendance, that would help us to evaluate to see if there's some consistency. And then talking about the RMUs, I wanted to know what the process is, if it ever goes before RDC. As long as I've been on the committee, we have not seen any RMUs go before RDC. And then what would be the case if it does come before RDC, and what are the circumstances that it would have to take for it to pass through RDC? In addition to that, I believe that when we are talking about the grazing permits, the land status is also an issue. And so we will need BIA to clarify that. So I'm glad that Shredda and Linigi, she brought up the issue about how those Alatis and Eastern, they do pay for their permits. However, the difference I see between those allotted lands, fee lands, and trust lands is that the permit holders on trust lands are not afforded the opportunity for economic opportunity on their own lands. So that is the difference that I see. Those in Eastern Agency, they do receive royalty payments they're able to contract out leases on their own. And so that's not the case for trust lands. So those are just my questions that I like to pose, and I will go ahead and turn it back over and I'll listen for the response from BIA as well as DNR. Thank you.
So hopefully Mr. Maloney have noted that down. And now when it comes to BIA, we can get those responses. Right now, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members, legal and colleagues, over here, and also online, staff. Education Act, the bond, is okay, though. Thank you, BIA, nomination, employees, 50% of the cap. I will concentrate on just, ARMP. Right, hopefully, all questions, things that do that. And again, I really appreciate this, working with BIA and actually nomination, we are working together to secure, $6.7 million to do the agricultural resource management plan. And as it's stated in the presentation, it's just my plans to do the whole plan. I agree with, Fish and Wildlife, it's not. And it goes back to what was stated by BIA. Yeah, $80 million over. Why do that? We know with inflation, this is not enough. Come on, BIA. You know, everything has increased. I mean, not just food, gas, also even consultant fees have increased. And I think we should work with that nation to increase, to give more money to complete this agricultural resource management plan. So I hope the regional director is here, that regional director. I think we definitely need to make sure that we get one shot with this contract, but make sure that we cover everything. And not just hold off at $80 million and wait till we stood the $6.7 million. I mean, it's just something that we lock in the costs with this. Next year, it might cost more. We'll see that every single day. Everything is costing more. Again, this management plan here is to protect our land for farming, for livestock, and protection of the wildlife. And we talk about our Jays, they're the ones that knew how to take care of the land. Today, it's a new generation. Why is our land in bad shape? Today, it's new generation. When I say generation, I'm talking about my generation, I'm talking about my kid, my son's generation, my kid's generation. No. We have to show them how to protect the land within the navigation. You can't have a person get that money. We say that. So this plan will help us to how my generation, my kids' generation, my grandkids' generation, my great-grandkids' generation will have something in place to continue to protect the land within our nation. Again, with that, the regional director is back. As I stated, that I know 6.7 has been allocated for this plan. With all the inflation, we don't know what's going to be the cost tomorrow. We don't know what's going to be the next 6 months from now. And we can lock in that price and get a consultant to make sure we have enough money to cover the whole complete project. That's what we're looking for that. And the state by your employee $80 million, and the city that we want for now is to consider that $6.7 million first. I'm asking BIA to put more money into this, so we all need the cost to make sure we get all of this whole plan in place stable. So again, I appreciate you all taking this on through Navigation Division of Natural Resources. I appreciate that. I have some questions too, going back. Yeah, this is a leadership meeting, and I appreciate that. And I got a text from one of the constituents, and basically asked me some questions to ask BIA. Again, first questions at 35 CFR 166-311. It states, Indian agricultural land under the jurisdiction of the tribe must be managed in accordance with the goals and objectives of any agricultural resource management plan developed by the tribal BIA under AIA-RNA. Now, does BIA have a responsibility here? Since it's due to navigation plan, is there any other responsibility that BIA can be part of this data? How is BIA ensuring this plan is completed, will be completed? Food and navigation, I know we said fish and wildlife, but again, it goes back, food and navigation, is BIA working with to make the plan a reality? Then it goes back to, I'm not sure when the time starts to get this project within 3 years. So it has been, and we're talking about the 2025 grading renewal, talk about that. I thought that was the intent of this plan to help BIA to renew their grading permits. We haven't even started this plan yet, but we're going to issue these grading permits. I mean, renew grading permits in 2025. So what are you going to use to reissue a grading permit? This plan's not in place. So those are my questions, and again, hopefully we work together as navigation leadership, BIA leadership, and within the navigation employees to make this happen. And again, this is to protect our land for farming, for our livestock, and for our wildlife. And there's sort of, like I said, how do we get, we talked about that yesterday in our RDC meeting. How do we address the pro horses out there? We got over 400,000 pro horses, and this is part of the plan. How do we address that? So the horses, this will be high, the pro horse out there will be high. So hopefully with this plan, I mean, I've seen this one example. There's a lot of things that we face. So again, I just wanted to concentrate on what we're talking about this morning, the plan, and I hope it comes to reality, and I hope we can get consulted. But I want to give it one shot and make sure we get adequate funding. I truly believe since 170 there's not adequate funding to cover the size of navigation. Maybe smaller tribe, or just small land base, or land base that we have in navigation, just a big Navajo. I truly, sure that truly do more funding so we get it one shot and we don't go there that costs us increase a year or 2 years later. So I think we need to hit it one shot to make sure we get this thing done and get every area within navigation. Anyways, so Manager, thank you, and I'm glad to see you in the colleagues.
Well, she has Josh, so I'm going to go to Mr. Malone first and defer it over to BIA for responses. But for the regulations for every agency across the Navajo Nation in terms of grazing, Honorable Claude did mention that there's some inconsistencies. I don't know, I mean, if you can share that with us and if you can provide the 25th Navajo Nation Council with the regulations that every grazing agency utilizes, that would be great. The other one is the process of RNP them. And then I don't know, that would be part of agriculture response. And then in regards to RDC approving it and for permits or this RMU, if it needs to go for RDC, what are the circumstances? Should it be passed? And then regarding the permits and land status, across the application as well. And then I'll defer over to BIE for the other responses from, or that delegate signing, or Simpson had a question. So Mr. Malone?
Madam Chair, on the delegates. Xfinity colleagues, staff, PIA colleagues. Out of my pond, you need better now, I don't know. You call it, I would be better not solve my need, any. Chip on this case, I really don't better not solve it. Change the non solve that. Everybody, I think, they know. They are studying. On that, no, you know, because. Sure, he got it, on that, not the big call, he got all the. God, so it. Sure, that. Go back in 1940s, late 30s, I got hit all this stuff. So all the permits that I've seen the same numbers since then. They haven't changed. So I don't know who to point the finger to as a fault. But this is something that has been accumulating. Now it has got to this point, everything on top. Really hard to be able to address and for someone to say, this is what we're gonna do. And it's like, well, you guys need to do this, and then now nation needs to do this. So I think that everyone's looking for that collective path that we can all agree to, that we're able to refer back to the people and explain to them the decision that's been made, and these are the reasons. Although we may have finished the study here and find out what our condition or land conditions are. And I think we're going to be really surprised at the outcome. And, you know, when I'm out in the field, I'm very observant what I see. And I know we kind of think, well, it's because of the lack of precipitation. So you're telling me it only rains along the right of ways. So you're telling me that it only rains on Hopi. When you're driving out that way, you see the land and all of a sudden it changes. You see the grass is high. Then you get on the other side, nothing again. I think it's time to take responsibility. Say, I see it. Neglect is what has happened. It's caught up with us right now. And it's very challenging to address decades of neglect, not years, decades of neglect. And so now we want the magic to change right away. How fast can we do it? We can look at the different causes. For horses is one big cause. I don't think anybody can argue that. But you still have people opposing it. When they own the Toyota, that's kind of the position that we take. And it's an emotional decision rather than here's the truth, here's what it looks like. We've lost a lot of topsoil. How are we going to be able to change that? And that's going to take a lot of science to be able to do that, and that's not going to happen in a 10-year period. How are we going to capture it back? So I'm really concerned from the Division of Natural Resources. Now we have the responsibility that we've inherited, the condition that it is, and what do we need to do? How is it going to happen? What we're going to do? How are we going to do this? And so, yes, we're looking at the pro horse aspects. We're going to enhance that program, and it's going to get pretty aggressive because we're in a critical situation. We're in an extreme urgent situation right now, so it's going to take extreme measures to address it. And I know we're gonna be, criticized for it. But in 20 years, somebody's gonna say, everybody in this room, that day, took responsibility and we turned it around. The other aspects I see is the changes that happen. Okay, well, those permits were issued back in the 40s, 50s. A different mindset. The whole out in that, that's our fear. The whole out, down to our chief. There was respect then. There wasn't no trespassing. I did, I got the federal cargo, I did nothing on this car. You figure in within the town, I go, get this town. And we were hurting them. But they ain't hitting on this car. And so you could have a producer that is trying to do his best to manage the land, but if he doesn't have that fence line, he's gonna be frustrated. Because you're non-Chicago. And so I think we have to be mindful of that. If that we see that happening, how are we gonna change that mindset? That permit, for some reason now, they consider it as a deed to land. It's not. Change will not insult that, it's not. How much vegetation can you use in this period? But it's a day, yeah. How that means, cotton down there, for lightning. I'm not fishing there, and I look at. I think that all that either. Everybody stays below. Year round now. Impact. Out of a month, 18 days, so we have to look at some of our traditional use, how it was. If we really want to use those tools of how it was, we're gonna have to embrace that philosophy on needy, no. Ego. Or are we gonna have to regulate it? Well, who's doing enforcement? Who wants to be the bad guy? One person comes in the RDC, even has only been on constitution. All of a sudden, what happens? Changes. Instead of saying, oh, if I have army, that, which have only, follow the laws. Instead, how do we change this? What kind of waivers are we put in that they don't want to come? And so it's really challenging to put that plan that we will all embrace. What would that plan look like? Somebody asked about RMUs. Why haven't they come to RDC? Because it starts at the local grazing official. Then it goes to the district grazing. Then it goes to PIA. But it's a while on that check. It's directly with PIA that issues the RMU. And it's basically just an authorized fencing project. So you can keep trespassers out. But A, then the RMU, don't even, I don't, you can't be in there, this is mine, no one. But it's actually there just to manage whatever number of livestock they have, so they can manage the land properly. So as we move forward, what do? The general leasing regulations of 2013, the Department of Interior has already given the authority to the Navajo Nation to issue its own agricultural leases. So What do we need to do to put that into action? That's what we need to do. We've issued one lease to Matthew agricultural lease. There are producers that want those kind of leases. So they can take advantage of all of the federal funding that is available. That they'll have a lease, not a permit. So how do we help those individuals? I think we're not, so that I, it's about how and it's gonna be hard. I know it's a hard decision to say this permit hasn't been used for 20, 30 years, 40 years. Oh boy, okay. Where do we begin? We have to do it by grazing unit by grazing unit. Hey, isn't it? Hey, they need to GPS, I got faith, RMP, they want a permit of them. On that, not to be permits. Consent, I don't know, we're looking for 3 or 5 people for one area. Of course, that can decide. Oh. So that's what we're doing. But at the same time, we're also saying that they're overgrazing. But we put those permits in the same place. I don't understand sometimes. So these are some challenges that we have from the Navajo Nation, from the Department of Ag and Division. What do we do? How do we do it? Fish and Wildlife been able to step up. And to get information documented. And I know the Bureau has already done some studying, has done some work. So they'll be able to share, this is what we have, this is what we see, but they're letting the Navajos, you can't coordinate that you don't, even in I didn't, I in the hotel, CIA do something. Nothing. So we have to be able to put that plan together that will support where we're headed. And how are we gonna address those? How are we gonna address some of the raising, the rain plan? How are we gonna address some of those? Without taking away livestock from people, so they still have some livestock. What do we do? What's that plan look like? That's what tribal ranches are all about. That was a justification for them. So we're gonna have to go back and look at those. Audit that and that stuff. Audit, they got that, no. Co-op that, share or that. Don't want to participate. So it's gonna take strong leadership to move forward where we're at right now, with the information that we've got right now to move forward. And this is what we're going to do. It can't be 10 different options. Because while you did that for them, how come you don't do it for us? Comes that way that we have to deal with this daily basis, people coming in. So those are some of the quick thoughts I have. And I know that, I mean, those RMUs are about 150 sheep units and they set them up. So, how do we redo those ranch units? There's gonna be some areas that aren't gradable anymore. There's a lot of noxious weeds there, but that's about it. So we have to just admit, this is the areas that are really damaged. Are they not? And that's that part of that range management that is going to take, it's really hard. It's tough, it's challenging. Because you're dealing with people's lives, their tradition, their culture. That's what makes it complicated. For upon that, if we can find ways. And I think it's probably region by region that we're gonna have to work with. Try to do it all at once is gonna be challenging. Let's take one region and find out what's gonna work, what don't work. What are the obstacles? You go to the next one, it's gonna be easier, pretty soon the third one will be up. Then he has accepted point to go. We repaired air dams. Now we got, we're slowing down the flooding. We're recapturing, we're recharging groundwater. I don't think we're not this day. I don't need to never on this case. Ako alega pero copy check la do a copy check. You can have it stop. Beat up on 6 cases. It's going to take everybody in this room to make that happen. Criticize, take, option get hot. I beat anyhow. Everybody goes after them. I've seen it. I've heard it. And then the next one is winter rock. You guys are the winter rock. You're the one trying to get that. No. We take that level. Well, if we all have a plan, go, this is our plan. This is what we're gonna do, this is how we're gonna do it without that nation. This is what the nation's gonna do, this is what raised officials are gonna do, this is what BIA natural resources is gonna do. We lay it all out. Here's the chapter's role. Put those duty responsibilities so everybody invested in the solution. Share it up on this case. People can't, or they.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis and Antoni, for that, although at this time I'd like to go ahead and move the floor over to, Ms. Shirley with BIA in regards to questions that were posed by, Kadoshi Raj, Arnold Simpson. The first question was in regards to the $6.7 million that was given in Navajo Nation to develop an ARMP plan. And it was mentioned by our colleagues here from Fish and Wildlife that it will take more money to get a quantifiable plan together. And Dr. Curley did mention that Navajo Nation needs to spend that money first before they get some more money. And Honorable Simpson's question is, why can't we get more of the money? Because, you know, inflation, we know how the economy is, that prices have gone up in every aspect, and see if it would be possible to have that discretion to allow more money to Navajo Nation in hopes that we can start, or they can start working on the plan. The other one is in regards to a reference of 25 CFR 16633-1, did you say? Then is it supposed to be BIA's responsibility to be taking care of all the activities of what our grazing officials are taking care of right now? And then the question is, how is BIA ensuring that the plan is to be completed? And BIA, how is BIA making sure that the plan will come to fruition? I guess that's the same thing from the prior question. And lastly is, when, so when did the time initially start for this 3 years for the ARMP to be developed? We've got 2025 to hopefully meet as a time, but then what if this plan is not completed by then? And how is BIA going to reissue out those permits based on what data information? So I'd like to go ahead and move the floor over to you for this solution on the cap.
Yeah, pwede siya kung saan kung tayo sa kiri. We silence and find I can. So I just kind of want to go through some of the questions. First of all, Shantai, sir, honorable. And I think regarding the funding. Before I came here to Navajo region as an acting regional, back in 2021. I believe that was when the contract was awarded to Navajo Nation. It based on a goal contract to be made on in 2021, 6.7 million. From what I understand from when looking at the contract and looking at some of the documents that were taking place, I think the BIA, our branch of natural resources, I'm kidding, but like, Dr. Curley said, but before we did that, through self-governance, those self-determination, we offered it to the tribe. So the tribe can exercise that determination to develop their own, so it implements that first, right, of the Hazel. So if not, we in support of that. BIA handed that project and went through a contract to set that up. In that contract, there's a statement of work. Not so that statement of work. Details I mean, and it's not budget. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this ARMP done. That's how we awarded the funding to the nation. And so A 2021, it basically a project, we awarded that. About a year, it was May 2022, we'll into that Navajo Nation relationship. They started to work with that area. In November and out of the United States. Initial cautions that Navajo Nation that the statement of work are you on general who this be that the over cotton over of course Siobhan's case of statement of work is usually timelines. I know though it's a partnership between the BIA and all the different interdisciplinary teams. I know Navajo Nation, a form, and I believe the Indian. So if I even college, a report on that though, it based on the showed the hashtag showed me additional for a on a overall a Navajo Nation to us it based about this through self-determination or self-governance. A 15 values what that did or we were just holding back, but we're part of the disciplinary team, the interdisciplinary team to help guide them. So the Queen, since I've been on board, we've met with Navajo Nation, we hosted meetings at our office in Gallup. For A15, that's unique, I don't know the agricultural resource management plan, the so it's at so maybe it's at the in not such a big for a hard nothing the holidays. I thought about a year or into a year and a half and the whole that is national and I just I don't fight you for tradition and Navajo Nation. It's like, it's how I explained it was, you don't eat the whole pizza and shove it all in your mouth. You take it by a slice and you bite it off piece by piece. But the agricultural management plan, take it in little pieces. Focus that agricultural management plan on just one part of it, a small part of it. Then we can look at the other pieces and add to it. Because like you said, 6.7 million is, I think it's a lot of money, but then again, it's not enough. It's because of the amount of work, so it's any not You have to have more money to do that. Where that money is gonna come from and how we're gonna allocate that would be something we would have to work with. But before we commit, before the BIA can commit to more money, we have to see how far you've come along and how much you've developed that, where you're at with that. Apply the habitat. So, you know, we have to think of it that way. We have to be accountable for that money that gets used. We have to show that we've done this much work until aid investment. In terms of this agricultural management plan, you've got all of Navajo right here. You got Eastern, it might not cut that off because they might not, they're working on that. Auto, you've got Western Bennett Freeze area, do you want to cut that out because they might not, so integrated resource management plan, in as far as I understand. You've got NPL, media, our NPL representative, Mr. Amos Johnson, who's here. Ito ay not my source. Ito ay pa am I right on that?
Yeah.
Oh, so we cut that out. So if you think about it, it's only a certain middle part of it, that's like you agency. So you shouldn't be worried about these other pieces. You should be just worried about this middle part, the parts that need to be developed. I hope I answered the question. So I think that will help in terms of planning, but we've got to see how far we've come along. We have to use that money up and we have to see how much progress we've done on that. Okay. The next question I think you asked, regarding the, 166, the regulations regarding 166. And I think you were talking about the cultural, I kind of caught that really quickly, the cultural part or the social part of that. And I think like, these two, Ashwada, for the attendees in here, please, let's keep our side bar discussion going because our owl is catching your conversation over here. So we need to listen to the presenter here. So yeah. Okay, so like Ms. June said, we know how to do our plan. And like Ms. June said, the culture, make it our own, really make it how we want it to be. We talk about the cultural part, where we talk about citizen, but not the amount that we can make in all of it. Put that in there, make that a big consideration as part of it. I don't want you know, we talk about put that going my team you know, put that, make it our own so it makes so it's our own and we can work with it. This agricultural management plan will be good for 10 years. So we want to make sure we add that component to it of the timeline, I think we were talking about just the timeline for the when we want to get this done. We're relying on Navajo Nation to provide that timeline. I'm hoping, you know, like I said, we'll have to sit down and talk about that and figure out what that timeline looks like. So then we can look to see where we can fit in. Right now, we're still as June said, and then the RFP. You know, this RFP should have been done the day of its dawn. Before Navajo Nation asked for money and decided to say, they should have already started researching to see who the contractor or contractors are going to be, and could be different contractors to help put this together. And that's what we should have done. That would have been my recommendation from the BIA. Except before we step into that role, we know what this plan is going to look like. Once we award that money, your time is ticking. We can move forward with that. Let me see. I just want to say that Mr. Those are all the things that goes through my mind. You know, I can tell you, he knows his law. He knows Title III, Navajo Nation Code Title III, agriculture. He knows the grazing, it's all in here. And just like Shinantai Ochoso, you said, Sharon Pinto, the regional director, then I've got I'm Nick. Title III goes back to 1957, 1959. And all the questions, all the issues regarding depletion of foliage, non-set. Scallions and studs. It did not, as I remember, it's simple. There used to be bull pens. I don't know if you remember them. Maybe some families get together, they buy a dola. And then that dola for 90 days, they go let that dola run or go around and do its business. Then they put that dola back into the pen. I don't know if you remember that. That was range management. They didn't allow those dolas to run and all they want and make as many babies as they wanted. It's kind of the same thing that they did with stallions and stuff. Same thing, they controlled that. And like Mr. Halona said, and that's all in in the title, Navajo Nation Code Title III on Sabiyakaka. It talks about land, the preservation of land and conservation. It's not what I mean, drought conditions that are days. Every grazing permits, it go AUMs that any then that people young that people. Donada Timo do that Zasibor, Ado Tobit that we get and has neo, a yarn that people those AUMs. Ado blind set, blind not zero area, even not you get that not the whole speech and the better not the people are there, but you go keep up. They used to increase that. That was part of how they managed. Auto did the grazing, when we talk about grazing and land management, it was for they, we didn't have the event, the harmony goals, the harmony. Again, it wasn't, it was part of our culture and our ownership of how we manage. But auto, like I said, like Mr. Alona said, so it's written in there. And the authority, it starts again from grazing officials. It goes to districts. Their recommendation, it goes to RDC. If you want to change things, it goes to RDC. That authority is upon you as RDC committee. You can make those changes based on the recommendations. So, you know, you look at that. Navajo reservation grazing handbook. But I know when she the better model, she beg or she know that shades these touch it on the door, so you tell I don't these that you read it on. So I did that. So going back, if it did not back to this handbook, it goes back to those authorities, to district, to grazing officials, go district grazing. The BIA side, because the law, because BIA and the federal government supports self-determination, self-governance, and the laws are written as that. Whatever the tribe recommends, the nation recommends, we will follow that based on the resolution of 5%. So we, from the BIA, we look to you, we look to our people. We look to the technical experts on the hospitality. We've done a lot of studies. I mean, we put it on our websites, we put that information out. Dr. Kui, we've done studies on his staff team. So you have Dr. Curley, he's a doctor as well. He's got that experience. And those studies are out there. Use those studies. Let's use them to our advantage. I thought basically that, use that to your advantage. Feral horse program, it's in your regulations. How you manage that, how you do that, how the Navajo Nation decides that. We can BIA, we don't manage feral horses. We don't buy horses, livestock, we don't do any of that. If I think you sent me an email. We can't, or video, we can't do that. So, and we look to the nation, and like Mr. Holono said, you know, we look to Navajo Nation to provide us the guidance. We have a net. We're holding the net to help. In case something drops, we know to cap it, we know to make sure we put it back and let you be aware, hey, that's where the BIA comes in. We're here to help support the tribe, the nation, our people, and our tribal programs. And that's what my commitment is, and my team's commitment here.
Ms. Shirley, for your response. Before we give the presentation over to BIA, let me give it to Shannon Arnold Daniels.
Madam Chair, item that for those members of Resources and Development Committee, item that test committee on that should they show on item that for the law order committees, my home is the Davao delegate Grazing. Ko kaya for those that say he did that say for the Daniel Senior issue, I don't know and should be able to me because the time that should don't go yet clean that should shape. So it should not all. The not a son or jet or chat or those speaking a banash. I don't get a senate is in the law order committee. I don't shadow as a damage. I think she was done with that. Okay, but I see here, but the very start is what. In the data, dish on the data, Western Agency, the 4 chapters that I work for. I say, hey, yeah, I see, Joe, Katzi, that should now. That'll be alone, it's not easy. Mr. Alona, my brother. I owe you a burrito. Joe, I ain't zero. But Johnny at home. I don't know, not kill you for a short time. Yeah, I zero. I call I don't know. I wish I had a magic wand to say, yeah. A very to the city also day. And also they are go get lots of soda. It's a lot of shit, which is also dance. So this is the best. So really didn't turn out like that. I see. Look, I see Kate Amigo. That is so today, but that's a very short shares. I see shares and the way of say to the shanky and that. Shanky. Are you going to not some Tony or the way of the old small better? Oh, yeah, that's the need to eat and pick. So that needs in that. And that needs to eat. Very bit of it, steady or not. Because the rates answer that, very down. Find hotels and so that 1,000 years ago. They told you that was changed what always for the answer to one stage. It says it's here that always so that the show. What you don't use the who should not be a season. I see that change that you was on with that. The corporate navigation will make it that we overgraze. It is not able. For the great for the bad and they put up the great base of the show that you have not 6.7 million. Also, I don't buy the whole net for the easy for the each again every day. I know for the basically active very much sharp. Grazing permit transfer that beyond. Shall beyond. So that's not much cash. I don't mean that. still sign it and then we shall not say the progressive out the sign. The question of probate one other is she either or. The question probate one other is not there. I don't know why she does not. Hồi đọc em có ai dễ là nó hỏi thì có làm một cái vấn đề về là drug navigation cái quy trình stress với là nhà để là đó cái bahar là xem cho nó phổ biến là nhà để cho đó cái bahar là xem cho họ ADIC is up đó Adonai cái đó về là every year district grazing officials even on the name project za ai na họ gì cả tally count vì ở bên này sẽ này bị thế có, còn đây có khá sao đó đấy, bên này Grazing permits tại đây cho hay nào số hàng được chi tại đây cho hay bị sao hàng chỉ biết bên này cho nên cái land boards cho nhiều đạn này, Arona Hashina này cái này đó đây này, đó khá là lại này, cái này đó đạn số đây khá là khá and the field, kind of the component of the nation. The man, you know, the man names here. The rate and the big, so on you know, Yana, not about. AIC can't go, what to the people of Edmund. I don't know, landlords or something. I see care, it's made all that about. But for art, empathy, or any of that, arts at all. Just a son, it's one of our first case of all. But the very short of them. What they are very close now to, but only Ojitu, just now, okay. Some of the long harmony is not at all. The very the Shimizu area. Oh, yeah, that's it. They was a key, they day. Ojitu, they don't say there. So that is a sound there. I call the way that I don't know, not at all. Feral was by now. Papa had Carol Feral mules, donkeys, that Janez Dona Kelly. Oh, I used to name her Lana Dark Fenhall. The way that between a potato and not the sun is an old Hayu Kelly. The other queen, it's not in the hundreds, it's in the thousands. This is all Hayu, what that table that I see for those Chelly Yana as a clay hall. The corridor that you see for the pregnant. Yeah, I'll get a bus, a lot of an tree or seven. I don't know that. Pregnant, I did a couple of hours. For those just lying, yeah, I was just a lot. I want to have that dog. The way that every month, based on Johanna, my list. 3 years. And 1 week in the house, and I'm not that. I will down the sun. And then I other base scenario. And now I have to show what that I see. But see case of it. The way it's not a way to teach for, but it's now to take on data. It's an isolation that is the data. I see for the base of but again, should be a lamp or because the data not taking the I see for the educating the grazing permit holders, limiting the not taking it. Oh, yeah, I said, obviously, I think it's a lot of sense all. The call I said, but I age, so she say, I have it for the Chicago. I don't know, be I don't because she's real. I don't know, Department of Ag. The call available in the Department of Ag. Well, I see data, but I lot out of the field. Or the actual data, stay out of that. So I see, I don't know, that. I get outside. So at any rate, the national balance again, I was a grazing official for 3 terms. 3 terms of Shah, not something I'm strong. If the national balance in the hall, a couple, I gave a non-society that, or the end of the doctor that. Again, national game, Yahoo, yeah, we get it. What I could lay basically, you have to let all. So, for those data, for the by keep it up. I asked you to don't know the way that I went a piece of in the shop. I went there a little, eat as a man nation. But the way that I see, but all I see the big car, I think I was the lyrics on a sponsors case over the. So 80 years ago, I see passion now, it's nothing but all. But all the data, the data is making the data, some of the information, the handouts that was given out. I see this very informative, teaching the data, like a city was dedicating data, risk current holders, I'm not taking. Usually the planning meetings, chapter meetings, stuff like that, the data, taking. So Eddie, I just want to say thank you for all the data, Madam Chair, but I'm super, yeah, my kids, but don't.
Next to Honorable Grazing. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Cheryl Grazing, and I introduced myself earlier. I'm a council delegate, and I work for the communities of Tico, Delta, and Mills, and Code and Research. And I just want to say thank you for coming here. I'm glad that we have a huge audience. First of all, we want to say I want to applaud the Navajo farmers and ranchers for how far you've come and what you've done so far with nothing. You know, we haven't supported you as Navajo Nation, giving you anything. And I just want to say thank you for all your hard work and for continuing to teach anyone who wants to learn how to be a farmer or a rancher. And I'm also sorry that your leadership hasn't done anything to solve these issues for many years. I'm a farmer myself, and I don't receive funding from Navajo Nation to do my work. I do the same thing. I apply for grants elsewhere, and that led me to the road of, okay, how do I apply for USDA grants? And I kept asking these questions, why? And then it came, and then I was finally able to get to Washington to advocate for the Farm Bill. In the Farm Bill, everything that relates to food, land, water, advocating up there. Then I jumped over, had a meeting with the Indian Department of Agriculture. Over there, they told me, well, it's back on you again, just what we heard. It's leadership here. It's us, up to us to change the laws. And so I just want to say, you know, it led me back to here. I came in a circle, and I'm saying, I'm sorry that, you know, none of this work has been done for many years. And I hope that this meeting is able to take us somewhere, because it sounds like, you know, what I'm hearing is that with this little pot of money that we received, you know, the $6.7 million, we have done 0%. We haven't spent any of it. That's how I'm hearing this report. The other thing I want to also mention is that I do sit on Law and Order Committee as a vice chair. And back in February, we had a meeting with our Navajo Nation programs. We invited peacemaking, the judicial branch, Department of Justice. BIA was there from the Regional Realty Officer, Department of Agriculture, the Navajo Land Department, the DNA Legal Services, they're a nonprofit, non-Navajo entity, Navajo Nation Census Office, and Legislative Branch. We had this meeting to talk about, you know, what was working, what was not working, but the main point was to really look at, you know, how we had high cases of we had to look at our probate cases and why we had a lot of these. And so each of these different departments and Navajo Nation employees, as they were talking, I had a delegate Claw, she was taking notes. And so she wrote down in this meeting what was the strength that she heard from the conversation. She took notes on some of the weaknesses, and there was lots of opportunities, and then some of the threats. So we did a SWOT analysis. And so I do have that report today that I want to share with you. I'll make sure everybody gets a handout, and I'm hoping that this will give us an idea
from our part, but I also want to hear from people. Is this going to be enough? Probably won't, but what is the small baby steps that we can take? You know, maybe it's from law and order, maybe it's from RDC, maybe it's from Health and Human Services, Health Committee. What is that gonna look like? Some small law that we can kind of start moving and making those changes, because I know it sounds like what the other project with the 6.7 million, we have to do a larger study all across Navajo Nation. So that would be what I will turn out. I'd like to hand out. My questions though would be, can I get a written report from the interdisciplinary team of what has been done so far? I want to know how much has been spent of the 6.7 million. I just want to make sure I have that in my notes. And then, when is your next meeting that I'd like to be invited to that. I'd like to be there to hear how this is moving forward. And I think at the federal level, you know, some of the things that it has taken many, natives, all across Indian country. We have a lot of elected officials in Washington, and they've talked and advocated for, you know, something that Delegate Simonson brought up was the traditional ecological knowledge, you know, how we know what works for us from our traditions, our stories, all of that from our prayers. They now recognize it at the federal level. And so we can use that and we can put what we know into our studies, into our laws. There's opportunity for that, but you know, from our end, I think we have to really be more mindful of how we're going to do that and have a roadmap. The other thing is, after this meeting, I'd like to know what RDC's next step will be. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Yazi. Honorable Citizen.
Thank you, Speaker, Madam Chair, members of RC, and colleagues are here. She keeps national fine, and it's okay. Representatives, Madam Chair, again, if you look at the agenda, it says Resource Development Committee, leadership meeting with the U.S. Department of the Interior, the Human Affairs, and the Natural Resources Department of Agriculture, and Department of Fishing and Wildlife. So this is the leadership meeting, and what's being discussed, we're discussing 3A and going back to the Agriculture Research Management Plan. Give an update and again educate our colleagues and also our that we should be here and community members. So we heard what's going on. We got an update from both Fish and Wildlife and also from Loma and also from VIA. Yes, leadership meeting, and I just don't want to hear both states today and just go out the door and come out and not come up with a solution until we don't accept. So I know the regional directors here, Mr. Owens here, artists here, resource developers here, and also my other colleagues are here. So I work with you together. I think we can just see how we move forward to get this. I know there's RFP that we would call RFP has been advertised, and I know it's a step, but again, go back to navigation, seen this one back in 2021, and at least what's been completed, so we can utilize this plan to, or BIA will use that for 2025 grazing, grazing well. So again, we don't know what BIA is going to utilize to do the 2025 grazing permit renewal. So with this, Madam Chair, we're going to need RC and colleagues here that are here guidance to how to move forward, how do we help Fish and Wildlife to move forward. I know BIA the state, it restricts self-determination, I understand that. This is a big word as VI citizens, a big, workload to her cows. I know Mr. Malone, you probably chime in on this. How can we help, since Fish and Wildlife is under your division, how do we move forward along with the BIA to get this? I know ARMP has been advertised on this stuff, so I'm trying to go out there and listen to my colleagues here and resource development community members here, and I'm trying to figure out how we help Fish and Wildlife to move forward and get this done as soon as possible. So, and it's a leadership, you guys need to come to this solution right now. We heard the farmers, appreciate what's happening. So that's the creed here, and my colleagues are here. What would be the next step to help Fish and Wildlife move forward with this plan? Thank you, and then share.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, for stating your concerns. And first, as Chair of Resources and Development Committee, I think we've been having this discussion, and I know that PIA at the floor of either Navigatia or Nomination Council, Mr. Lester Cersei was representing the acting regional director, did mention and informed the 25th Navajo Nation Council that the nation was given $6 million then. And this is like literally a year ago now. And in hopes that Navajo Nation would have been at least halfway through the assessment report being completed to development of a plan. It sounds like we're still at the starting point of trying to secure a consultant. So the one recommend, and we need to keep the momentum going. So it's in a sense a disappointment to know that we're finally here trying to still get our RFP going to secure a consultant or consultants to do the assessment. And with that, I'd like to request to Mr. Malona that this can be made a priority to County. The reason why I say that is we have grazing permit holders from Northern, possibly the central area for defiance, that are really looking to Navajo Nation as to, okay, when are we going to get this evaluation done? One of the things that is recommended is a task force. It doesn't have to be, you know, an RBC is here as oversight. And please utilize us to where, and this would be the question to BIA later after they do their presentation. What could be the interim solution? I mean, you're the ones that are boots on the ground out there. And we want to hear from you, we're the policymakers, if we have to develop something internally, temporary to address this issue. So going back to Honorable Yasmin's question, the $6.7 million, none of that has been spent yet to this day as we're sitting here talking. And then the report from the team is this report. The most updated report is this document that was handed out by Fish and Wildlife. So I think as colleagues, we have that. So the next meeting, we would like to get the next meeting date, time, and location. So that as 20, and I want to allow opportunity for my other colleagues from the 25th Navigation Council to be in discussion with this particular next meeting, because Director Shirley did mention that we've been meeting with Fish and Wildlife, who else is also at the table. And we as leadership would like to be at the table, especially the Resources and Development Committee. And in terms of deadline, I really would like to see if we can secure a consultant here as soon as possible. I know that there's that option of sole sourcing if we're not getting that many proposals to Navajo Nation. is the option of sole sourcing, okay here, but we probably need to get Department of Justice to weigh in on this on the legal side, and I know that we have to go through procurement again on this particular task. So, if we can acquire a consultant here, but we need to look into the sole source option, to Fish and Wildlife and also to Mr. Malone, Ashland, and see if we can get a response back from, Department of Justice within the next 2 weeks on this sole source recommendation. ROA, there's additional resources that, been mentioned by BIA that is out there already. Do we utilize that assessment to streamline, the weight? So again, that would, be the next steps, but I would like to get the next meeting date and also have the resources development committee members be part of that task force with Fish and Wildlife. Our local department of ag is involved with that and BIA because we need to get this moving. The discussion should have really started a year ago, but we're here a year later finally having these discussions. Because it really does impact our producers out there, but they want to rely on FSA and NRCS and other grants to subsidize their little, business that they have going, and whether they're a farmer or even a rancher, just as it was mentioned here by my colleague. So I wanted to put that out, so Mr. Malone, I don't know if you have any recommendation or response, but that's the timeline that I'm looking at, and to secure the consultant so we can start, because what's still gonna have to happen, and that was shared by Fish and Wildlife, is that the scientific, evaluation has to be done, and still has to involve community participation. So what is pretty much feasible in the realm of DNR right now, because I think we waited long enough and we can't continue waiting. So, I'd like to go ahead and yield this time over to Mr. Malone.
So they given 6.7 million, there's a contract in place. You know, a contract says, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do it with this money. In that contract, if you look at it, they talk about a statement of work. It says, do the whole application. We can't do the whole application. I'm estimating we can't do that. We've bidded it out twice, and when you bid it out, you have to tell the contractor detail. This is how you're gonna do it. This has never been done on an allegation. This has never been done, as the whole land in its entirety. So it took a lot of time just to do the research. And we don't even know what studies are done. We don't know when they were done. We don't know who it was done by. So even though they tell us Eastern is done, NPL is done, Western is done, it was probably all different contractors. It was probably done years ago. I don't know. So right now we're saying all trust fund. So when we hire a consultant, they'll go out and do an inventory. So by the time we're done in 3 years, some of those studies might be over 2 or 3 years old. So maybe we'll have to update some of the studies. If Eastern was done, we have to, we still have to look at it. We still have to go ask people. We still have to incorporate that plan in there. So it's not like you're saving money by cutting out those parts. I mean, if we come back to you and we say, oh, BIA told us not to do this and this, and then you guys are gonna say, well, you're supposed to do the whole navigation. So that's what the contract says. It says, do the whole navigation. This is the money you have. We can't say, we have this much money, how much can you do it for? When you bid it out, you're telling them the whole navigation, give us an estimate. And if it goes beyond that, then we have to go back to BIA, we have to adjust it. It takes time. it's not just something that, that's very easy. If it was easy, maybe somebody else would have done it, but this contract came in 2021. I wasn't here in 2021. We were in the midst of COVID. How are we supposed to start a contract place during COVID? I mean, it's very misleading to say, we gave you guys this 2021, how come you're not done yet? I mean, maybe the IA should have stopped the pandemic, so we could start the project. I don't know, it's not fair for me to say that about them either, so.
Right, we have spent a little bit of money out of this 6.7, because when I was asked to do this, I said, if I'm gonna be asked to do this, this is how I'm gonna do it. I want you to tell me yes or no, or else I'm gonna tell you no, thanks. Because I probably should have said that in the first place, was no thanks, give it to somebody else. But anyways, we created a couple of positions. One was a planner, and it's actually a principal planner. And there's, in the middle of COVID, it took more than a year to get that created, and then it was finally created. Then we advertised that position for a year plus, and we had 2 applicants. And both of them were novels, and both of them were planners. And one had a master's degree, and they accepted the job, and then they turned around and said, it's not enough money, and I'm not gonna leave my job. So then I went back to advertising again, and I had a second applicant, and the same thing for a planner, I'm not gonna do it for this amount of money. So then I had to go back and recreate the position of personnel and call it a principal planner, where it's paying at the appropriate level, and now we were able to hire this junior. And so then we started the process of looking for creating the ID team and then going out and doing the RFP. So we have a deadline of July 8th. We hopefully will have a bid and we'll open it, and hopefully we have somebody that contracted and we're gonna be moving forward, and everything will be great. And if that's not the case, we talked about sole sourcing. There's new procurement policies out there. I read those yesterday because I'm dealing with another. So I tried to start a sole source contract for another project, and then DOJ said, no, it's called direct sourcing now. And there's 3 different criteria for going that direction, and one of them is this exact situation that we might be in, where we've advertised that we can't find anybody. We're gonna have to go find somebody and kind of do it backwards, And but we're not gonna tell them how much money we have. We did the first advertisement that we did. We got a bid from a company for $866,000. Who said they could do this, and they're like, no, you have no clue what you're trying to get into right now. So thanks for, we're gonna relet this out. If you want to try and bid again, go for it. But they didn't do enough prepare, and that's why we're going 30 days. I've never gone 30 days on before to give people enough time to put this together. And I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess the question here goes to BIA. Like just what Ms. Jude was able to share here with us in regards to the timeline of getting this particular assessment, taking into consideration the period of COVID. And I think the Navajo Nation, for one, wasn't able to fully get back into full operation until 2022. So that being an impact, is there any consideration for an extension, number one? Number 2 is, I guess, there is some confusion here where there needs some clarity. In the statement of work, it states, according to Ms. June, that it's going to have to be a study done for the whole Navajo Nation. But as you stated in your response, that the NPL side is completed, eastern side is completed, and the focus is just the trust land. So with that, would there be some sort of provision, amendments that need to be made to the statement of work in regard to the contract that was signed between the nation and BIA? Would be 2 questions that I have right now. And then even the locations of NPL on the western side and eastern side being completed, How long are those particular studies, good? Or are they going to be outdated? Where now navigation has to concentrate on those users again. So those would be the 3 questions, Shirley.
Thank you for those questions regarding contracting. Yes. The contract can be extended and the statement of work can be amended. Yes. That's always a possibility that would come from the Navajo Nation Contracts and Grants Office, working with the, Navajo Nation, Fish and Wildlife. And again, it's, you know, we need to look at what you've done so far, what you've accomplished, how much have you accomplished, to help support that. The timeframe is ending, and you still are in the process of it. We'll need to amend that statement of work and extend that out, and then how much time you're gonna need to get that done. And then based on then how much of that funding is, and if any has been used, if not, if it's being used, obviously I don't think they're using it because people hired on their staff to help. Okay. And then as for the NPL, if you want to come and help me with that part, they're not. I would have to put here with his work that he did.
Oh, the range studies, not the report's good for 10 years, but the range studies, what is, how long are those, can you keep your studies for 10 years or 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, 18 months, auto creation, community, shade, is about this kids. Ames Johnson, they are actually go. It's not change control and what's his chain. But it's eating, that's another talk, you should check that. Auto, Yate, Quiddy, Indigo, Shadow, what's the go, dice vestito, na sceglie così, go, panna, che se na sceglie, India, perché va, Sanjay, na book to Shine, NPL, ADK, Shabaya, something. Hey, passage, you know, also a JPL, a JPL, even such a CFR bound the NPL 25 CFR Part 161. Navajo partition and grazing regulation, you are vehicle. JA 1973, and that permits transport that CFR in 2005, went down to the last meet, ARMP, so the document pass, and the touch, forest vehicle, black beast, or rubber, after the punish, so. I don't keep us, we not know, even ask that George Arthur. A dance horse, a guy. They understand that the critical auto, a such a, in Denver, Washington, we except of shade, either based on something, whole CFR, even condition. Laws of that junk wise. Department of Ag, not show, be careful of that. NPL, DOJ, Barry, International, Artificial 2013, down. Auto CFR, implement authority, and now to get a grazing permit, and going mission,
never Washington, but it's a Asian part of this. But I think you need board study. The Queen K, 2004, yeah, down, yeah. 2014, 2016, Stanford 시죠. Stanford 시죠. The name indicate that the name has only the linear can sheet you say of key that. Ato dito. Nakakaro to ni ato ka to ni. Kaya hagi nato actually nato support study. So 2023, last year, so that's so the report EEA it's in print. So so it every 10 years she not in the day which in out day up to the name even not like car or we look but she now she the more she hates so apparently so with that we're here if I ARMP EPL it's the bottom covered 920,000 acres for EPL, 3 precincts, 51 range units. I could add on that. 15 chapters, office in there. Grazing District 38, you know that Grazing District 1, Grazing District 2, 3, 4, around there 100%. Grazing District 5, Grazing District 7, Grazing District 8. I would not NPL with us, Uncle A and G McGee, so NASCAR, Uncle A, G, Cordo, Tom, Joe Mountain, the joint NPL grazing official, the other chief of education, I'll be there, report immediately. Okay. The report study is good for 10 years. For JPL, day 2013, 2023, and that's already, so that's good for another 10 years.
But she had. That's it. So, yeah. I'm gonna ask, Mr. Tony Rollins from the City of Natural Resources, a benefits to join you.
Ja, det kände jag då. Jag var så det var helt låst det är Tony Robbins med från så I was now agency branch of natural resources natural resource management and CP och den strategiska så och när det var så central national organization ko based single I think is the foreign benefits area and they was now is has on the and many organization so I could not such as in document so given that shit has 2006 2008 now nation of based on the 1 million national the 2008 rehabilitation plan, rehabilitation between $5 billion even for us. One sort of yes, to make it okay, and then they have no yet in ROD and KPI is the area or she over the unity or that the sheet was that ownership and the sheet is missing legal when the sheet so she saw and they pay a you know is I thought when she did never not I know but she thought she basically not here or she and it, 2012, fiscal year 2013 to the, you go 2012, 2013 on that. And it basically, warehouse and data, and they did that, benefits in the legal, the document there. Even as she did, it seems what they got, business should go, if you get, as though you want to, I'm not supposed to be there, you got shot, and the ship is like this, and I think that I'll be that net, even and your house, and she be taking that. Even as she keeps up, so integrated resource management plan, it's what needs to go. There's planning on that, they thought these are legal, these so that capital this oil larger. I think so. I think that was the junior that gave able oil and the yellow, but now she I don't know what I don't think and gas on the day oil. And I should be IRMP that day in this time, 15,000 rehabilitation plan. Now to legally, AD capital, IA was not source. Jonas, by legal, even a sheet, so 2000 rehabilitation plan, all eyes and needs analysis now table, not what table she needed in. Our table out of the base of a dollar on this year, a call 80 to 89 could that so. A cooperation our base of not Washington dedication, a base of the national table, legal trade, Washington, base of strong, a largely the national environmental policy that compliance with India. Lima document, you are that deal with the Arrow and Nashiki, be that in the all and each year has the environmental impact statement, the about mission. I don't think that definition. I don't idea what I used to I don't know the I don't the number watching the door, so I do what so it's not a interdisciplinary team on the yeah. I don't previously about that you know, I also on the chapter that they community rights family, any people age of every family or so I think so that's yeah. So I believe hashing so she's not how the can lead the partner, so say now in the trip, or not being not the trip actually was bringing I come under local government act, that title 26, nation code, so I couldn't every one that the one the vote. Community land use management, honorable, they have a kaya. Community land use plan, normal, legal. So we don't have a time back. I couldn't that the non-state of 9 chapters that were affected by the former benefits of the state in the scope. And Ashon, the land use plan, Ashon Zali, that the news of that. So, and the Shina, also how I get your father, I think they just go idea, very low, short, so obvious what you really use plan, go. I know we are, enjoy other areas. I'm going to the last line, then we did that. Essentially, the last line, the name I can they thought I able, carefully, English, 5 machines. There's uninvested all this, and he put it, I thought, I gave already, Misha, a quack so bad, page, and how you are, I also eat archaic for getting it for non-natural resources, didn't class or anything for our quack bench, and how actually not the party is not so good. I mean, really, so any is of like now the only thousand of that, yeah. I go. Quishi, here has on that, yeah, so even not we get this one everything, really, yeah. AR, so yeah, 80, at the navigate, the Washington, yeah, that in the city, yeah. The original natural resources, they, yeah, in this, out of division of community development, so so, like, not in this, so, yes, so, now, the sheep and shadow, able, in case you had a face of the, garden that, it's a house or this, I know, so, like, the original economic development, so, like, I thought in that passion, so, the sheep mission. Able, and yeah. I also by it, but not by a financial identity. Able, in that, the name is in the oil, I think it's allowed that, the, so hard, so, now they should put it.
Can you just state if this plan, because we still have to get the BIA, I still want to give it to the Department of Ag. And I don't want our audience to leave, so I just need to know for benefits, has it been done, the range study, the student, and how long would that be good? Or like, what year was it completed, and 10 years it did that, so it was gonna be 10 years, and that kind of gave us an idea, so. But yeah, the Navajo Nation with leadership would like to request DNR and Fish and Wildlife that we need to make an amendment to that contract with BIA, requesting number one for an extension, and also we want to amend the statement of work. The statement of work, EEA, it's only going to be for trust land. So if Bennett Freeze and the NPL, and I know Eastern for sure is completed, does that mean that the navigation now is going to focus on just trust land? But I just need to know that on with the Robbins, if the Bennett Freeze side is completed in terms of the forage study.
Oh, we're done with those, okay, I didn't start, which is not only you, we've been doing some monitoring, so I don't for and so we're working with those grazing districts that were affected by the former Bennett Freeze area, which includes District 1, District 3, District 5. We've got the range management plan, grazing management plan for District 3 completed. We're also working on District 1 right now. And we've also done some work with District 5 as far as the grazing management plan is concerned. The big, but they're all in different stages of completion. Yeah. So, but we're hoping to have the District 3 be completed by the end of this fiscal year, which is in September of this year. We should get that done. Most of these programs, most of these plans were affected by, like the other levels of our plans, activities by the COVID situation. Got delayed and everything else. So, but we're taking those things back up and we're completing the plans itself. And then we look for those plans. We're also doing the compliance documents. Most of them are programmatic and final assessments that were completed. So we basically completed the management plans, but we just need to do that, complete that environmental assessments for the state planning. So.
Yeah, Tani. So this is going to be the next steps from REC to Fish and Wildlife and DNR. On or before July the 12th, I'd like to get to REC via an email, the committee members, our advisors, Tani, on what DOJ's position is on a direct sourcing option for a consultant. I know that Jen, you mentioned that you're going to possibly reach out to someone that would want to take on this magnitude of work. So again, if we can get that task going. The number two is I'd like to request for a meeting date in July with the Bureau of Indian Affairs team, and also Navajo Nation, DNR and Fish and Wildlife, again, to sit down on this day in July to talk about the extension and amending of this statement of work. Is our focus going to be just the trust land now? And this would be a directive to Mr. Malone and Fish and Wildlife on working on a extension date and also what the language provision is going to be for amending the statement of work that is in that contract with BIA. We would, so in July, I would want to come back around, and I'm gonna open this to my colleagues on the 25th Council, because we need to keep the ball rolling on this, we cannot stop. So that we can share with our constituents and, DNR can share with the grazing officials. Because I think grazing permits and which are reissued in the, yeah, you know, Kushita in getting a house, you know, that's, and right now, and the question will be for BIA when it gets time to their presentation for questions is there a probability for an interim solution? So is she on the okay. So with that, I want to continue and thank you for this great dialogue here today. I do have community members giving me questions. I want to ask that at the end of the Department of Ag's presentation. So right now, BIA should go just going down on the agenda. Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, per Title II, Section 189B, directives are only during a regular committee meeting because the directive reads as follows: committee directives shall be limited to matters such under committee directive oversight and shall be approved by simple majority vote of all committee members. All approved directives shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the office of the president and the affected divisions within 3 calendar days of the committee approval. With that said, Madam Chair, we can have this on the next RDC regular or special meeting for the directive to be issued to the Division of Natural Resources.
Thank you for that, Rodney. So we'll go ahead and have that in writing and approved by the committee at the next Resources Development Committee meeting. So it's able. So again, we also have to abide by due diligence on our side. So at this time, Bureau of Indian Affairs, I will go ahead and allow you to do your presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. June, and also Jeff, and also DNR. In regards to the updated information on the forage assessment. So going on to BIA, just to talk to the audience, so all the members of the committee. Oh, no. Oh. The agent that can get the cards and because the EDA to state your question. We usually allow people to talk about this, but I didn't do a hard sheet of the EDA and then finally 10 minutes later they get to the question. Right now, this is a RDC leadership meeting. We check what we're on the although BIA is the show for the number Washington, although it's the Nishigi, why not these kids? Even I requested these index cards, please put your questions on there. And when we're gonna allow Q&A, I as chair, I'll go ahead and ask these questions. That's all, that's which is they go ask Kat.
My question that I put down, I just an outline, yeah, but the original question is pertaining the grazing and the relocatees that had a permit before. I don't see I have.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Can I present that myself then? You know, that way I know what the question is.
So, when it comes to Q&A, I will ask that question. So, but now I don't want the staff to leave because they're the ones that will be making a response back to you. So your question there regarding the feral horses, you said, for BIA grazing permit, NPL. So, but we'll ask at the time, but right now they want to impede on BIA's presentation. So I totally understand if they want more clarification, I'll allow that time for you to explain to, I'll go. So, Mr. Dr. Curley?
Yeah, I think Nana, you can't, well, Madam Chair, development committee, you can't, although that, then I like, not close, I like, on, then what you have, okay, yes, not you. Also, by the this other non-stable, the agricultural resource management plan will include Eastern Agency. Eastern Agency does not have an ARMP. They do have an environmental assessment, which is what they're using to reissue permits with the 2025 renewal. I want to mention that. Not only that, my manager at Western Agency, ARMP, that's IRMP, Integrated Resource Management Plan. So we'll still need Western Agency. So the only ones that don't have an ARMP, or the only two that have ARMP is NPL and I believe Alamo. Right, Becky? Yeah. So those are the only two that have an ARMP. They did that, we can shun industry. Although, yeah, not correct, to, so, because on, the better not, so because on, which we are, quite given the story issue, that though, quite given, Kaya central part of the although Kaya, that's part. Although the issues are located, and the other separations. The type of soil, what type of soil is out there? Different types of soil classification. Although unsaid, it was hiding. Don't there. They had to range people, range man stuff. It's a house coming together. I used to talk. Go I had a soil scientist, soil scientist under the range manager on vehicle, hydrologist, so contractors, they the hot vegetative service, next, hold on, before I get into this. Go back. I wanted to go through this. Why do we need science and data? It says to understand the physical and biological and social processes that affects rangeland. Oh, I get plausible. Chaos on chaos on rangeland health. Rangeland health. Go out there and we do the assessment of what's out there. Soil is out there. What type of vegetation, native grass, what type of native grass is out there? Drainage. So how do we make those determination? We take a look at the soil, do soil analysis. We also take a look at ecological site description that NRCS has out there. What type of data is out there? Also on top of that, we go out there and collect data. Collecting data, the vegetative data. The better feed of strategy, this is like physical. This is an annual fee. On an annual basis, we have to do rangeland health evaluation. What is what's going on over land out there? Grazing control, resource development committee, goal navigation, Department of Agriculture, but all these decisions are made by ecological site descriptions, rangeland data, soil data, only by that. Managers must integrate scientific knowledge with ideas, experience, and traditional knowledge to make decisions. Johnny Baya keep traditional knowledge. English. It's not all. They are about the other there. Should not hide in the sheet. This was the sign. So this is the most current data that I have for Fort Defiance Agency. And Jerome Woolley is our manager for Fort Defiance. And Pete, can you increase the slide here on the side? So let's take a look at this data that was turned in by Fort Defiance Agency. So let's go with District 7. District 7. They'll come peaceful, low down in the wells.
Can you just do like the PowerPoint from beginning and this over the whole slide?
Got it, huh?
Just the slide that's on there, just the sliding.
Slideshow here.
There you go.
Okay. Can you see that? So Fort Defiance Agency, we've got District 7, District 14, 17, and 18. So pay attention to where it says study results. So, are you seeing those, delegates, take a look at such almost. These are data that we've collected throughout the years. So, pay special attention to where it says study results. The total number of acres for Fort Defiance Agency is 3.2 million acres. You break it down. District 7 has 591,000 acres. Break it down further. The Elkhorn chapter has 239 acres. 371. So the Elkhorn chapter alone has 179 grazing permits. And out of the 179 grazing permits, there is 1,147 sheep units permitted for the Elkhorn chapter alone. So let's take a look at the study results. There's two areas that I want to bring to your attention. There's the unadjusted and the adjusted carrying capacity. The unadjusted is for the Elkhorn chapter is 4,811. The adjusted is 2,164. The difference between adjusted and unadjusted is distance to water and slope. So on chapter, I would be comfortable to go with the unadjusted carrying capacity if they had water throughout District 7. So then even though it goes to some mesas, we have to make adjustments. They basically 2,164 is your stocking rate for all of Elkhorn chapter. So you take a look at these two columns here, the unadjusted and adjusted NANA. So we're still under Elkhorn chapter. So if we go with the unadjusted, we're a lot better. We have 3,665 grazing from our sheep units that we can release out of legally. But with the adjustment to distance, the water and slope, that has to go down to 1,019. Elkhorn chapter is still okay because they're in black. Now you go further down, you start looking at each one of them. Let's take Fort Defiance Agency, or Fort Defiance out of District 18. I just go to Fort Defiance at random. Number of acres for Fort Defiance. Grazing unit is 64,687. We take a look at the adjusted and unadjusted carrying capacity. We're still in the red, no matter what we do. And that's a concern that I have. And this dates back to 2015, I believe. And we will renew the surveys every 5 years. But this is what we're seeing right now. And go ahead and look at the next slide. What I had to do was also, I had the managers take a look at all the counties that are coming in. And this is the most recent one. These are counties. How do we determine they're active and inactive? When they turn in their counties. So for Work Compliance Agency, only 1,364 was turned in. And 2,464, we don't know what's going on with those counties. So that's, remember this is very important. We're gonna have to start looking at that because EIA recognized that this is being utilized and the permits are verified because they have grazing permit mentality. This one here, the 2,462, it counts a lot out there. So we can't say that's being utilized. So we're at the point where we verify permits on an annual basis. And this is probably what we've been hearing, verification process. Where are these people? Where are these permittees? Should we start looking at it from a word out unknown and start looking at it as possibly canceling them through a verification process? I like to just mention, Work Compliance Agency, there's one grazing official that has already started that process and has a resolution going forward through the verification process. So let's go ahead and go on to the next slide. I want to bring this study up. All the agencies are expected to do utilization studies. And I wanted to use Work Compliance because they have their data turned in. They were the first ones to turn in their data regarding utilization study for this year. You take a look at this data. Those are transit Mexican springs, transit name, longitude and latitude. Those are the key species that were identified. And I have a range sessions here to verify. They have Boulder, Guyana, Western Wheatgrass, and down the list. And all these are scientific names. They're all native grass. So that's what we're looking at. We're making sure that native grass is out there. If there's no native grass, there's no forage. And if you take a look at the data that we collected, it's either heavily used or severely used. So we're already in that category. Next slide. So each of the transit has a total plot with the coordination, the location, phone number, and the date. So there's those are in there. So people, I want to show this to you. You can see that this part here, sentiment is already developed. Certain areas. Yeah, some other areas, they're okay, but we just need to be careful. Go ahead. There's no sand dune. This is out in picture 14. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yes, there's other places where there's some good cover. Go ahead. So that was Work Compliance Agency. Now Chinley, same situation. We're all in the red. How do we change that? But go ahead, next slide. But then again, if you look at the active and inactive, again, we're only getting 782 tally counts on an annual basis. So what about the rest? Okay, next. In Western Agency, Cody Robbins area. You can explain this here. So, but in his situation, it's also the same, you know, it's all in red. I guess what he did was he's looking at the total Those are all the negative. Non-shop. Next. Same situation here. At least, Western Agency, there's a little bit more. Actually, there's a 2,518 that are active, inactive is 80. Okay. Shiprock, the same way. It's all in the negative. That's what we have to work with. Next slide. Same thing here. Active. Down 68, inactive 935. Go ahead. Eastern Agency. I think of many Eastern agencies, they're the only ones that, you know, if you look at it, they're kind of black. You know why? 10 years ago, they readjusted the permits based on the actual carrying capacity. They did some slashing on the permits. They really made adjustments, right? So. Yeah, and then you might give another update on it. The reason why it's like this is because they did some drastic adjustments, grazing permit adjustments. Okay, next. NPL. We have a separate presentation for NPL on the data. They're also in the red, and that was the reason why we recommend 10 sheep units. Next. This is what I'm trying to get to. These are all the throughout the Navajo Nation. The number of acres that we have, the unadjusted, and adjusted carrying capacity. So 191,101 sheep units. If we were looking at adjusting the according to the business, the water business, so you can take a look at that, we're down to 141. Now, if you take a look at further calculations there, most of the agencies are in the negative. Like for example, for clients that we're going to issue based on the actual adjusted carrying capacity, we're in the negative 126, 226. So that's what we're dealing with. So how can we make these adjustments? What can we do? Next. Those numbers that I just showed you, I broke it down by the active permits and the adjusted carrying capacity, the total grazing permits, the active permits, reissuance and reissuance is inactive. So what I'm saying is that for 4 clients, 24,510. That's the actual adjustment that we're looking at. So the total number of permits, remember I said there's a total number of permits of 3,624 clients. The only out of this, only 1,364 is active. So what do we do? If we're going to reissue using in total, we're going to be down to 6 sheep units. If we're going to reissue all of them. If we're going to reissue at the active, we're going to reissue at 17. So I know the Navajo Nation is thinking about possibly taking over the program. And I know that they talked about how we're going to work with the Navajo Nation. We still have to make these studies. We have to make sure that these studies is what we're moving forward in as far as reissue permits. So overall, we're in the same boat as NPL. Are we going to reissue at 10 sheep units? And we have to seriously think about that. Next slide. So what's the reason why we're so much in the negative? Of course, climate change was mentioned earlier. Overgrazing. Overgrazing impacts erosion, decreased plant cover, increased invasive species, Next slide. And then basically just an idea about if you have cover, you can have more roots. You don't have enough vegetation out there, you're not gonna have roots, so hold your soil. Here's a good example. These mounds are holding up the soils. When the wind blows, if you don't have any vegetation, or it's just gonna blow all that soil. According to Jerome, the soil was up here. But over the years, it's been eroding away. Places like this, around now. Another one right here at District 14. This is back in 2015. Next. This is more recent, 2024. Look at this. The whole canyon is developing below the Sugar Mountains. And this has been the Tohatchi and Nashkili community have been wanting to request to raise up the commercial forest. But that's something that we've been saying we can't do that because it's a different unit also. So anyway, these are something that we wanted to just cover also what excited. Here's another picture of sand development between Nashkili and Tohatchi. Picture was taken in 2024 of April. Thanks. Maybe that's a little grazing. Verification, I thought. And then this was an article that was in USGS at Jerome, I borrowed from Jerome, they're claiming that most of the sand is up in the dirt, it's up in the Rocky Mountains and the snow melt is faster because of all the soil up there. But that's something that I wanted to bring up. And also the standard operating procedures. We have finalized them and it's been signed by the regional director and all the agency managers who have a copy of our standard operating procedure. The standard operating procedure is only a BIA internal copy. It just basically tells us how we can process permits. The step-by-step process for processing grazing permits. And the reason why we developed that was so that we can keep it consistent throughout Navajo. So that's the current state of our land. And, you know, science is there to help us. And I think that it's important that we work closely with the Navajo people and our people to make them realize that we can't continue at this rate. We need to work closely with the people. We need enforcement. Enforcement is a big thing. If we don't have enforcement, it's not going to go anywhere because we need to work hand in hand with enforcement officers, with the different natural resources, Department of Agriculture, Fish and Wildlife, because of endangered species, threatened endangered species. Like that. But going back to the verification process that I just mentioned earlier, what about the people that are not utilizing their permit? There's quite a few of them that have not gotten their tally. Either they moved out to Navajo Nation, with somebody like that, they move out to Navajo Nation, but the permits are still here. So that's something that we need to think about and possibly use that information to move forward with possibly reissue that it's an only we can reissue them. But for now, I think that as a possible solution, you know, the verification process, because of the fact that half of our permits are not getting tally counts, maybe the divisions is not there no more. Possibly retire those permits, possibly down the road reissue them. Those are the things that I think that we can approach it in that fashion and be able to issue permits. Other than that, it will be like this, it's mentioned, we're going against the data. It's going to cover.
Appreciate, yeah, Mr. Curley, for your presentation. It is an eye opener. I want to commend your role, really. It's an unspotable, like just the data, your pictures really does tell a story in itself. Yeah, should not funny. Easy auto. Let's give him a hand. Looks like he's doing a great job. Thank you so much. It was really, yeah, really, I don't follow that 10.5 CPI natural resources. It's an unstoppable, yeah, so as Sheriff RDC, just looking at the data information, that tells a story in itself. And I've never had this presentation before. Thank you for bringing it here to RDC. Sometimes you often wonder, thank you for this powerful presentation. I can show this to them. So I don't know if any of my colleagues have a question. Shiar's Auto. Okay, let me go ahead and yield the floor over to him.
So, well, I really appreciate the report on their union affairs. And, it leads me to, you know, if these numbers are coming in and the information has been conveyed to the nation, and then vice versa from the nation back to the, rancher. Especially the, ranchers that, permit holders that are inactive. And again, it moves to the grazing permit. The grazing permit has an information, steel and power letter, or whatever. We will be able to move forward, to reach out to these permit. But as you have this information stored and inside at the Department of the Interior or the BIA office, you guys have a record of that permit. Because it comes with a name, a census title, enrollment number, and the county's variable and an address. Because when permits were transferred, there was some sort of address that they put down. And I think that if there's going to be outreach to try to reach out to those grazing or permanent non-active permit holders from Bureau of Indian Affairs to ask, should you must. Okay, well, the nation, a person's information you want to give out. From Privacy Act, not me. I know the Bureau of Indian Affairs has some mechanism to reach out to the animal ranchers out there to say, you know, even just to say, hey, can you come in and we need to talk to you? You go to the post office, I don't see a listing where it is John Doe, the non-top post office. Whereas key, we get copy, AKI, you know, when you kind of will be, you know, not a whole name. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs has been practicing those concepts to try to reach out to Indian allotment. You gotta get us the idea is to reach out to maybe their children. And we're really that's enough, like to get say that. And has the Bureau of Indian Affairs reached out to these non-permit holders? I mean, Then I could come in to get a reason why. I'm gonna allude to this story. There's a permit holder that I know. This is the midst of COVID. Grazing officer told him, oh, go on the tally, we go tally, not so fish, so. I can make it out. I don't go out to the out with COVID. This is a good example. That permit holder never got tally sheet. Was related to the permit holder that the grazing officer at the time. So I always ask, and for that reason, you know, she will have a tally. To what information I got was that she didn't apply for federal dollars that associated with the drought. People then and it's great. But that information not report that. Meaning back to the grazing officer. Maybe, you know, I don't know, then, you know, they choose who to work with and choose who not to work. You know, some of the common animals. But, we had to do that, and you guys ever reached out to those ones, this year, I think it's a talent, you have another job. That this year is very gonna try to get an answer from those individuals that did not get grazing talents. And the grazing officers know those families, those individuals. Some of them choose not to get talents. Some of them are just sorry. My former grazing official to the city, Angela Gay. It's not a whole atmosphere, just I get in the group grazing talent. So you're trying to find a way to get this current home to get clients. And the occupant. Right, they're actually not even mental. That is like that means animals are not vaccinated. We don't know. We may be cattle resting, I don't know. We have no knowledge of seeing this brand, that these cattle were branded in front of us. No, things like that. And that brought that person into compliance because it hit their pocket. So, there's instances like that too, where it's actually the producer that don't want to make these adjustments. So, is there any mechanism that beer winning fair person reach out to? The other is, you know, with the beer winning fair receiving the tallies. When the grazing office issues the grazing their grazing tally copies, the jail goes to the other side. The other side of the document is a citation. What does the beer vineyard, what do they do to try to work with either the grazing officer or the producer to try to get into compliance? Because J.O.E. syndrome, I think that is one of the mechanisms that really needs to be conveyed out there. The other day, coming in, I had an Navajo rancher from President Nixon called me and said, yeah, now it's just genuine. But that, I'm a big question, and I have the grazing, I have the receipts, and this was alluded to the AIF, and I got into compliance, but part of agriculture, don't recognize this again. And you have an instance of getting into compliance, but they're we're sort of showing that person the way that got into compliance, and they actually indicated that they reduced 60, they actually something, that's how much they reduced under that permanent system. From that. So that's what I'm saying, there's good apples and there's bad apples. And, the ones that are compliant and non-compliant, how do you deal with them if they're actually, or reach out to try to get these individuals into compliance? Again, I'm gonna lose that permit again. Even though we say, oh, it's your responsibility. But that permit, that saying is that Washington gone, but nothing done here. The newer permits and the older one, even if it's not the year-long grazing, cut, Diana, I mean, I need to add a year-long grazing, language. In my grandmother's training. So those are just some of my thought powers as I'm reading their hope to try to reach out to get these now permit holders who are non-compliant and inactive. You know, how do you try to get them to report? Because by the CFR, you have to report this information. And that's the reason why you get this advertised. When you write it down, you send it somewhere. Whether it's CFR 167 or the 66. There's a reporting mechanism that you send that to the host that the data. So if these non-compliant, be inactive, how does the bureau that works to try to get these compliance, or you rectify why inactive, because we may like for the inactive, some may say, okay, that's good. They may not be conveyed that information out there and say, you know, things that better in your meeting career or for the grazing officer that if we're having them on here from okay, you know, things that I've ever things that I'm thinking about that are non-compliant. An inactive permanent would say, should not go to the given with a cut straight out. If you have one like that, what would you do to try to reward this person? Versus a person who has 80 sheep units where you can run 20 head of cattle, but they have 40 heads of cattle. You're not up scale. So how do you weigh that? You know, you have one that's still over here trying to be part of the steward is, but you have one that has 80 sheep units on their permit. They have 40 sheep units. You're not up scale. So how do you weigh those out again? Because the one that may say, hey, I'm versus my permit. I would think you would recognize the person that doesn't have that animal on them, because there's some, okay, I'm doing it now. If I'm doing it, the others can bring down their sheep units. Oh, and then the other is that you're correct, that enforcement is an issue. Someone would have to come in and then internally the nation, we have a Department of Justice ruling or issues about liability about police officer, the grazing officer, the enforcement signs, and certain policy, a behind the Department of Justice should be. But somewhere we have to find that middle common ground to try to take care of that issue so that enforcement can happen. Oh, the other is that I would say, why can't we make our convert a prison, not as elected officials, but as range officials. For the very ones that do the citation and things like that, on that. I want to, you know, whether they go through livestock training down and through the BIA process, that, criteria. I'm not too sure if that's part of that can, whatever, where you can get, permission to do that, and send them over there. That way, make an issue citation. And that's when I think that, fines and fees can be implemented into the code. And, Title 17, now we should criminal code. But I don't believe the national beach at a whole team. But thank you very much.
Roshi, although acknowledge my time to make questions in for the knowledge kid, because I want to still use some time over to part of ag, on both sides.
Thank you again, and I heard, some responses to, the statements that I made, but I just wanted to, as I gained some insight from Mr. Curley here in how, they look at the land and how they measure certain things, I wanted to come back, and I think I would appreciate, if the Navajo Nation, the people who work in these departments up here, I would appreciate you understanding that in the Grazing region, we had coal mining operation for 50 years. And in that, every day, millions and millions of water was pumped from our aquifer. Why is that important? As Mr. Curley here mentioned, how close are you to distance to water? So those ladies back here, Dorothy, Betsy Allen, Midames Kaji, and my mom and my aunt Shay have been when they were little. They were close to water within walking distance. So after 50 years of coal mine operations, those seeps, those springs, they're gone. So what I'm saying is, don't just blame our Navajo people. Get that company overgrades, benina or and then maybe in some places that is true. But you need to recognize and understand our history in the Grazing region. That wasn't our fault. That wasn't something we did. You also have to hold industry accountable. And so I sent a letter to Mahoja because we want our aquifers studied, our shallow aquifer, our deep aquifers, because we as a community want to know the health of our aquifer and what kind of life can be sustained up there in that region. So and then the other offense that I took was to the word trespass. Oh, yes, clearly in NPL, you might call it by law, by CFRs, by whatever, you might say that our people are trespassing. Shado, tell them this case, because those people are our elders, and he does on it. Where they won't have it in this code. Up it things and to me, so for anyone to call them trespassers, it doesn't, I'm offended by that. Because those grandmas, the grandpas, they came back to those lands because they came back thousands of miles. The chin, the bar, the ox on the cake, another one. Before even the Navajo Nation was established. So to me, they have a right to those lands, but certainly we need to be responsible caretakers as well. So I please, just recognize that for me. There was a couple of years I was actually, when we were almost moving into 24th council, or what council are we? 24, 25, Okay, 25, so I have here, 24th council, RDC approved 50 sheep units. So Ms. Shirley could all have see that Kinky cattle, that we need, how sheep, that all need to be things in the recommendation. But then here, your counterpart is saying sheep units because of those numbers. So I think, you know, as an entity here, you all need to come together and have a more clarified response to that. So if according to your statement, it could all, on the ARDC, it's like 50 sheep units. But on the other hand, according to the science and the data, they'll be got that, we have to keep it at 10. So somebody has to clarify that, and make a clear statement to the people, because I know those people from the GG. So please, arrive at a decision on that, and how, and if we're gonna work together on that. I think this interdisciplinary team, that the gentleman mentioned is a good start. Who is part of that team, and I believe my colleague here asked that, and when do you meet? And please send us the invitation, and so I think when we do our advocacy in DC, and the message that we're constantly conveying over there is, we're still here and we're not going away. We're not going away. And I think what I'm understanding that Shirley's saying here is so in that you're saying, and what I believe my people out there, you're saying is, we want to demonstrate that we are competent to handle our own affairs. We want full rights to our land. So if we're going to demonstrate that we're competent to handle our own affairs, so the eyes need, because one, you heard over and over enforcement often. Our reservation lands are big, 27,000 square miles. We don't have enough coverage, and that's where it comes back to us as a people on the we have some way of policing, enforcing office money, you're gonna have to, fund that. This is unfunded mandate, this is crazy. Of course, I believe there was an idea that, on eastern side, they pay $2, per sheep. That could be an idea. So, oh yeah, and Sissy Casey, and just some comments I wanted to make back, but Benina principle, Kayan Taco Saniki, the best she, and not just. So the you and so Kayan John that so the we are the only native tribe in this country that has a land base this big. And it was because of how we used it, our need for it, our use for it. So if you go on CK, so they don't show, Kenya, they, young, traditions, thank you.
Yeah, then finally to Honorable Yazzie. Thank you again, Mr. Curley, and for the report, and then Ron William for also getting the data. My only question is gonna be, how are you gonna make this available to our Navajo people? So what we saw today, they're able to see the same thing and you can go over the numbers with them. Are you able to do that in, radio, through KPNN? Or are you able to do that through the newspaper? I just want to know how you're going to be able to share this information with our Navajo people. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Rochelle, I'm going to refer this back to the IEA for responses in regards to questions and new recommendations that are reviewed by my colleagues. Back to earlier, Shirley.
Okay, thank you for your questions. The first question was how can BIA reach out to permit holders to complete tally counts? ADEA managers work closely with the permittees, and like for example, if some are out of compliance based on the permit, we usually send out notices to permittees that they're overstocked and that they have so many days to get back into compliance. And then the ones that are not reporting, that's kind of hard to reach out to those individuals. But what we do is we educate the grazing officials, and then the individuals that are out there, we try to let them know that also by what's stated in the regulation, that you are, to stay in compliance, you are supposed to get the tally on an annual basis. And that is something that we stress at all the meetings that we attend, that you need a tally to include in the, if you have a grazing permit, you will need a tally count to support your grazing permit to continue to use it to stay in compliance, stay with that. So we do send out notification to individuals out there if they are out of compliance. They deal with that, but we haven't had a chance to post them at the post office or at the chapter houses because of the fact that I had our solicitors take a look at this request. And that's something that we need to revisit, because solicitors will say that we need to be careful, because some, like you're saying, are probably out there deferring to the permit. But if they're deferring to the permit, they still need to let us know that they should be deferred. And then they usually work with the grazing officials and the Department of Agriculture and the video of that. So that's something that we'll eventually look into. I mean, based on the direction from the regional director, we can have a solicitor help us in addressing this issue. Yes, I appreciate that we can continue to move forward to see if we can actually get all the permit holders that will actually use it on the initial affinity, and then the one that have decided to defer those permits. Yes, we can work with them.
I know, frankly, another thing I think regarding, records. But often both BIA or the district grazing, or the grazing official or the district grazing, it's often not source. They have records and they maintain those records. The tally counts and the documentation that supports the tally counts, maybe BIA, but yeah, nothing they, so it's kind of, it's really a partnership is how I look at it. It has to take both entities to come together and work together on it. So, on the federal side, if I made a mistake,
There's, federal laws regarding, not releasing personal identifiable information like names and date of birth and those other kind of things on the federal government side. But on the tribal side, because you saw a not so solo or not so sometimes the eagle census numbers of IDA is the largely they gather that information. IDA overall, I just wanted to clarify that. We were talking, there was questions about compliance and enforcement. Compliant if I'm correct, and I've heard this from my team here, is that compliance and enforcement is really something that is incumbent upon the tribe. A object of the laws, it covers enforcement. And we have rangers out there, the HUDA, and they work with the district grazing committee members as well as the grazing officials to ensure compliance. To appreciate, just for example, on the BIA side, the livestock seized, the livestock is seized because they are over their limit. And so they work, the grazing officials and the rangers, they work together right there. I know BIA, making sure that the laws are read to them, the due process is provided to them. I know that's a audit process, we need to have time to get those, I don't see the door, I don't know, then, we want our livestock back. I think it's neat about when we really look at it, it's really on the tribal side, and that's why we have the tribal employee, the tribal rangers that are there as well. So, okay, I'm just explaining or clarifying a little bit about that. I do agree, but I just get future planning, and also we really have to really think about the enforcement part, the compliance part of it. Part of that is the possibility of increasing or just even or having grazing fees as well as enforcement fees of, for those violations. But the money that gets collected for that is really, it gets collected by the tribe and it goes back to the tribe. And according to Title III, it goes back to Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. And that might be something that we can think about to help supplement the enforcement part of it. Those are just some possibilities to think about to help make those recommendations that so collect and maybe enforcement staff to help increase that. That would be helpful. I need to check regarding the aquifer. She twins identity up in that area, which is what the choice and they talk that the studies of that. We need to determine that, but certainly that I have that as one of my things to look into to help. Hopefully, we can help provide some of the historical parts of the water that got pumped out, as well as kind of going forward, what can we do as a team to help address some of those issues, especially when it comes to livestock and grazing. And then especially up in the Black Mesa area, we didn't mean to offend you in terms of trespass and indicate that's kind of the language that's in the regulations, and it's not a way to that's just the technical term we're aware of, but certainly we'll take that into account and make sure that, we have a better way to say it instead of making it feel like it's intrusive to the person. And you're right. in regards to the sheep units, and indicated regarding the differences in the sheep units. You know, I was just saying, I did see a resolution, I was cleaning out and straightening up the regional director's office, if I'm not so school, but you look up, you know, and I did come across that resolution by FT regarding the sheep units. And not knowing the history of how that came about, what we did, so I tagged it as something to follow up with, as we're discussing this and in hopes that, you know, we can help provide the clarification. As you know, the studies, you know, the scientific studies are there, and it's hard to, it's a hard subject. Coming to Navajo and coming to the issues of grazing from before our prior work life to now. I know it's a sensitive topic, and it's going to take a big effort out of both the nation, the leaders, the programs, and ourselves and the BIA to come together and to develop that. And I'm glad we're having follow-up meetings so we can help be a part of that and help provide some of the recommendations from our scientific studies. And certainly I feel like the records and the studies and the documentation, as well as the presentation we got today, we don't have, at least as I know from the federal government, is those studies that we do, we certainly can release that, especially in the benefit of the tribe itself. So we'll make sure that. I was just thinking earlier, somebody did come to me and ask me about the presentation that we provided. Can we get a copy of it? And certainly I'd like to make sure, I was thinking maybe the sign-in sheet, that's a big chunk, emails, maybe we can put that, or we can send it to the council delegates as well, or you can share that as well and see how else we can send it to, Mr. Olona and his team as well. So, you know, and try to make it as much available as we can. I always tell my team that the data and the studies that we come up with, that should be shared openly, especially because we're all working together. Regarding your studies and your work products and the records and the studies that we've done, we should be able to share that information. So that's why I was saying earlier, there's a lot of studies that are out there and a lot of, you know, good information, even on feral horses. Say that I hate to certainly, you know, we can have some sort of a repository to share that amongst the from the tribe to the federal government itself. And in terms of the interdisciplinary team, that interdisciplinary team by itself, it was mentioned in the contract, the statement of work contract. That's how I found out there was an interdisciplinary team, and I put another initiative. And I saw, or in the statement of work that I was looking at, I read, oh, BIA is a part of that. So I was asking, how many times do we meet? Where do, you know, the details of that. So we can help be a part of the communications and the guidance, the training, all of those kind of things. And Dr. Curly Becky, and his staff, our natural resources staff. I'm very proud of our team because they're there, they're working, they're helping to work with the local communities, and certainly, you know, the information that they share, you know, they share with the chapters and the communities. I tell them, you know, share that information and make sure that that gets out there so that, you know, that information is available. I just even though they want to read some of this material that I have. So, you know, our students, our college students, I think I've answered all the questions that I have.
So, in terms of the information sharing, I know that the district of grazing meetings go on, the agency grazing meetings go on, and I don't know how often we have the chiefs of BIA that are in attendance to these meetings, and in hopes that they disseminate the information that Mr. Curley was able to share, the, matrix on the grazing, unadjusted, adjusted numbers, and hopes that the grazing official will then take it back to their chapters to share those with the constituents. And, yes, to provide that information to the delegates as well. And I guess this would have to be information that needs to be shared at the community committee. We as delegates always get contacted. And I'm glad we're having this discussion today because it's giving us delegates that in attendance and possibly the ones that are listening online a more thorough understanding. We can say that they have been both on, well, I feel confident to do that. But the other, east side, so I can go ahead and let Speaker Curley know to put this on the key agenda. And hopefully with Mr. Curley and yourself to present this information again on the operator. Say, I wanted to understand the call, so that it will be collectively, heard and information shared, so that there's no misconstruing of information or anything. They don't find in huge skin, so it's going to be forthcoming. So, although, I think you did, answer all the questions, so right now, there are a lot of questions, so if you could just, stay around and I'll like to ask the questions, but I don't know, Mr. Curley, I do apologize. Go ahead and move the floor back over to you.
Thank you. Wanted to just mention, we meet with the grazing officials and the chapter at least 3 times a month. The first time would be the grazing official, the grazing meeting. The second time would be the agency-wide meeting, and then sometimes we are invited to the committee meeting. So we do work closely with the chapter and the grazing official on a monthly basis. I just wanted to mention that.
So we do have a lot of questions that are stacking up. So this time, so the next.
You cut me off.
what I want to do is I'm here possibly by or because I know some of you have to travel a distance. So, right at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to, Ms. Jim, the Department of Agriculture. So if you're still talking, please take it out to the hall, because right now, we're going to go back on record.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Oh, okay, Shane, we'll go ahead and get started. I did not know I was gonna present on grazing issues, but I quickly threw together a presentation before the first management presentation that was provided yesterday. Okay, yeah, and again, my name is Jessie Jim. Don't Başlayın işlerin sen aldığınız başlayın çocuklar şeyler çok için national. And I'm the acting department manager for Department of Ag. My background is in agriculture. I have a bachelor's in agriculture business and economics. I also have my master's in agriculture extension education. I'm a lifetime rancher from Eastern Agency, and I've worked on the Navajo Nation through New Mexico State University as an extension agent and moved up to project coordinator. I was at OPVP for a couple of months, now I'm here, just to give you a little background of who I am and my experience. So if we could, what I'm going to cover are the grazing issues. We all know number one grazing issue is overgrazing. And if you look at the definition that's provided on the internet from Wikipedia, you know, overgrazing occurs when you don't give your range time to rest, and you're constantly grazing year round. There's no rest for it. And this is what happens. There's no more vegetation, you have more cows, you also have cows, sheep, and horses competing for those grasses that aren't there and they have grown. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And then also we have trespassers, the real trespassers, those that will, if you look at the code, there are 6 definitions of what trespassers are on the Navajo Nation. Those that willfully and knowingly overgraze. They have their horses, their sheep, their cows that graze all over. There's no boundary. And if you look here, there's sheep that's grazing. That permitted area is for sheep. But whose horses are these? Those are trespassers there. On the permit, as we know, horses are allowed, but those, it's for transportation. Okay, so go to the next slide. And then also lack of understanding. And I've heard it here all day and I appreciate it. You know, how do we connect the Navajo traditional teaching to the Western society? How do we bridge that gap? We have to establish partnerships. We have to establish partnership with educational institutions such as Neck College, Navajo Tech, New Mexico State, University of Arizona, nonprofit organization, and others that are going out there with the same mission to control livestock and to educate our producers. And then also partnering with our district grazing officials, our land board members, our farm board officials, as well as the USDA, BIA, BLM, and others that I missed. They're in the picture, like I said, I used to be an extension agent. The Navajo producers will come and learn how to take care of their cattle, how to take care of their range, and everything else in between that's going to promote healthy management practices. Okay, next slide. So, Navajo Nation has responded. I know there's a lot of conversation that what is Navajo Nation doing? Navajo Nation has declared emergency drought twice. You can see the legislation that is there. I did make a request, and I'm still waiting on the legislation to come through. And then also, there's a drought contingency plan in 2003. And within the drought contingency plan, it does state that in 1989, Department of Division of Economic Development estimated the livestock to be worth $20 million. This was in 1989. And then also, there's a sentence that caught my mind there, which said, cultural importance of livestock to the Navajo Nation exceeds any type of monetary value. Our livestock, our livelihood is more valuable than money. And then also, it talks about the ranchers. What are their mitigation efforts? It states it there. Establish an effective Navajo Nation grazing policy, as well as improving range management and then providing additional assistance to ranchers. And then also within that, to distribute climate and market information for ranchers more widely. Next slide. Which comes to the climate change adaptation plan that was provided by Fish and Wildlife back in 2019. And then within there, the adaptation plan, the vision statement, you guys can read it there, is to prepare the Navajo Nation to adapt to our changing climate. There is climate change. And I remember when we were providing a presentation with the Southwest Climate Hub with USDA, what they had indicated is that because of climate change, when it rains, it's going to rain hard. When it's going to be hot, it's going to be hotter. All of these elements are going to be stronger, but we need to adapt to it. So within the climate change, some of their goals is to protect and enhance native species of both vegetation and animals, as well as establish and manage their natural habitats. That's for everything: cattle, sheep, horses, wildlife, and then also implementing and enforcing sustainable long-term livestock management goals. And that's what we're all here to do and work together. So they did develop a priority list, and you can see it there. What concerns us from the Department of Ag is the feral horses and grazing management. And within the plan, it does show, and I'll give it to you, Madam Chair, to look at how they are going to address the feral horses as well as grazing management. Within that, I was reading it, and it all comes back to educating ourselves and our producer. That's only going to get accomplished if we come together. Next slide. So with that, what is the Department of Agriculture's response? Thankfully, we do have the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund program. You guys can read, what it's here for. Bottom line is for it, the AIF is here for the farmer and rancher to improve their infrastructure, your fencing, your water lines, your management plans, erosion, everything in between. That's going to make it better for you to manage your livestock and your land better. Within AIF, there is a horse management program that was developed, and that's managed by OMBA, which many of you guys are familiar with. And let's say that. So back in 2018, when AIF was developed, the horse management program was developed. It was based off of this. According to the census horse population, there was an estimated 38,000 horses, wild horses, feral horses on the nation with a growth rate of 11%. So that means each year, there's 4,180 horses that are being born. And you multiply that by 6 to where we are now, there's a growth rate of 25,000. You add that to what was estimated in 2018, you can see the numbers. If horses have not been illegally put back on the nation, as it was indicated yesterday. But the numbers now are indicating 100,000 feral horses. And then also I did hear in a report that currently all livestock, wildlife is at least 500,000 on the nation. And with the forward assessment, only 100,000 livestock, wildlife should be on the nation. So that's a big number. We're overgrazing, we're overstocked. Okay, next slide. So the horse management program. I don't know if you guys noticed in the last picture where the grandma was leading horses. She was taking care of them. They were useful. That's how, when we were growing up, that's what we were taught. You have horses that you can use. You don't have horses that just graze and have no purpose. Okay? So now, the horse management program. It consists of a crew of 6. You have Olin Gates who's running it, as well as his ranch hands. These guys work sun up to sundown during the summers and when the horse roundups need to happen. Next slide. And they operate off of Napa Nation Code subsection 1311. And I do have handouts that I have provided. I wasn't too sure how many people were going to be here, so if you guys would like a copy, they're up here. And if not, I can email it to you guys. So they operate off of section 1311. Next page. In order to have a roundup in your chapter, you need a chapter resolution. You need to provide a 10-day notice. And then also you need to submit equine rescue assistance to the Department of Ag. And twice a year, there's an equine assessment that's completed. Next slide. So this is what the notice looks like to let people know in the communities that, and to follow the code. Some flyers are posted like this in at the chapters. Next slide. So there's 2 types of equine rescue operation. You have entrapments where you can see the truck and the pin set up, and then also there's the roundups. I don't know if you can press play, Lacey. If it's an option, okay. So this video just shows Olin chasing the horses along the fence line into the entrapment. So that's one of the categories, equine rescue operation. Next slide, entrapments and roundups. There you go. So that's how they, round them up. It's not inhumane. It's, we're staying in the range. So, yeah, it's just the ATVs. With equine rescue operation, you can see, the protocols that Olin follows and then has. Okay, next slide. So after they round up the horses, they process the horses. So they have to take note of brands and then also no brands. They have to describe every horse that's rounded up. So the blotched brands like that, they're automatically sold. You can't determine the ownership there. Next slide. So as I was saying, and the question came up yesterday, from Delegate Claw, you know, what gives the Department of Ag the right to immediately sell no brand horses? This emergency declaration that was declared by the non-convention president. The legislation is listed there at the bottom. Those that do have brands, they're held for 2 days at the holding facility. And owners can come and claim them with proper verification. The grazing permit, brand, etc. Next slide. So here's the reclaim process. You guys can read it. There's oftentimes some of our elected officials get involved and try to mitigate and stop roundups, as well as the horse advocate groups. PETA, Mike and Western, they have that group, the Gray Mountain Horse Warriors, I believe. And so we have to, the group here, that's what we're facing against when we're out there. We have to educate everyone, not just the livestock owners, but also the community members, what it takes to feed horses. Next slide. So from 2019 to now, you could see what the numbers are, how many horses have been either seized, people have turned them in, that's another category equine reward program, all totaling 10,000. That does not put a dent in what the actual horse numbers are in the non-formation. And so, how do we address this? How do we increase the numbers? We need more manpower and in each agency. We need a horse crew for each agency, and then also continued support from BIA, BLM, and others, chapters, etc. Next slide. And then we also have the incentives, which is the equine reward program. And from 2019 to now, you can see how much has been paid out. 2019 doesn't have, and to 2020, $205,000 has been paid out to individual horse livestock owners, to Navajo citizens. 20 to 22, the director at that time did not feel horse roundups were a priority, therefore there's nothing to report. 2023, it was restarted. You can see how much has been paid out and how many horses have been rounded up. The same with 2024 as of last week. Can you go back, Lacey? I wanted to look at that table. Okay, maybe it's not here. But last week they were in Easy. 2 days they did entrapment. Okay, yeah, they're at the bottom. 278 horses were removed from that area. But because of competition, the other horses that were next to them are there now. We're gonna go to the next slide. So this is our horse management crew. So that's the presentation that we had provided yesterday, and I wanted to bring you all up to date with what the Department of Agriculture is doing. And then also I wanted to address some questions over here regarding AIF, and then also the fact that some of the permittees cannot participate in USDA because of the land status issue. So in my mind, reading the legislation, thinking about it, and then also just my experience, USDA is there if you can have, if there's verification of ownership of the land. But with trust, Navajo Nation has ownership. And if it's in probate, you're at a huge disadvantage. You can't take advantage of USDA programs. But with AIF, the drop money, that's what it's there for. If you read the legislation correctly, it's for grazing management and improvement. And so looking at the year 3, the 37 approved programs, and then the 17 that are unapproved by the division, we would like to redesign it to where it's to meet the needs of the Navajo rancher and farmer, redesigning them as it should be. That is a lot of money to leave on the table and to not invest in our farmer and our rancher. Lots of money. The unapproved, we totaled it out, was 12 million, still on the table. So with that, if we could categorize it to meet our ranchers, our farmers, and then also our chapters, as well as our region. We can meet it, have the funding meet those needs. That dollar will go a longer way, but, you know, thinking long term, it's an investment in our future. So I'll turn the floor back over to you, and if you guys have any questions, we'll answer them. Thank you.
Appreciate, thank you so much for that, Ms. Jim, for your presentation to you and your team. The Grazing permit, so with that, thank you to the presenters here today. I'm gonna jump right into questions because I know it's probably gonna take a while for response. So I'm gonna take 3 questions at a time, and I'll give it to the departments that can make these responses and along with BIA. So the first one is, what is going to be done to build on the ARMP? For example, vegetation surveys need to be done on a regular basis, preferably annually. This information in ARUP will only be a baseline. Will follow-up be done to allow increase or decrease AUM adjustments? If not, what is the alternative approach for allowing decrease or increase to AUM adjustments? So whoever's going to answer that, I have a question up here. The second one is, what steps is written to get an RMU to agriculture lease needs to include what authority does lessee have? Is second one, not the kid. The next one is by John Blue Eyes. The BIA should not unilaterally issue grazing regulatory requirements. By law, they should coordinate with the Navajo Nation. Parentheses, it says RDC, Grazing Committee, Farm Board, and revising and enforcing grazing regulations. So again, who's going to take the first question regarding to our ARU or MP? The vegetation survey. And then the second one is what steps is written to get an RMU to agriculture lease. Would that be something that would be in the lines of the Department of Ag, or then BIA would be the last one?
So once the contract is done, you will have a plan and you'll have the studies. So to carry out the plan and the studies, that would be up to the Navajo Nation and the BIA. So the ARMP will not, we wouldn't be reducing or increasing, or we wouldn't take any activities in regards to managing grazing. That still would be under agriculture, grazing official and BIA. So that would be something they would need to figure out.
Question. So whoever posed that question, I hope that addresses your question in terms of the AUM adjustments of decreasing and increasing the AUM. Okay, go ahead,
I will answer the second question, which you, before I do that. Jerome was reluctant to stand when he was introduced last week. He wanted to recognize his staff also.
Okay.
They're a major part of it, anyways, just wanted to mention that. So, Jerome is basically very competent in dealing with his staff, and they do a lot of that work and stuff, you know, new lands, the shoot 17, 18, the commercial forests and everything, and the range inventory, so he just wanted me to mention that. So to the question of number 2, what steps is to get the RMU to ag lease, you know. The RMU is basically under Title 3, subsection 171. And it is there as a fencing application, and it's related to what RDC has approved in the CMY 3567. That is what is being followed, and that is what has established the laws to develop an RMU, which is a range management, the emphasis on management unit, you know, that needs to be managed. So in order to, there's no concept to ag leasing as we're speaking right now, but it is available, and we have never gone there. So there are grazing officials that basically spend a lot of time at the Mid College in Farmington in years past to modify the Title 3 171 to make it more efficient in basically dealing with the range management concept. A family basically taking their customary use and having it recognized as an area for their exclusive use, but based on grazing. So the question to ag leasing is not there yet. And maybe in the future, it might be something that might be related to it, but it's all in Title 3 171. And at least it will before RDC at some point in time as far as a modification. What new applications that is updated to current, because what we're using is 1967. And back in 1967, we were still doing sheep dipping and all that other stuff. You know, we don't do that stuff anymore. So a lot of improvements that we have done, and we're basically trying to take an old deal and try to make it something different, and expecting a different result and those things like that stuff, you know, so there's modifications to be done there too.
Question, yeah. Next question is the BIA. It says the BIA should not unilaterally issue grazing regulatory requirements. By law, they should coordinate with Nation, RDC Grazing Committee Farm Board in revising and enforcing grazing regulations. So if we could just ask one of the team from BIA to make a response or expound on this, Sean.
I don't know if that was a comment or a question, but I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, I think there's a question mark there, so you might just let it expound this, yeah.
Yes, we should not do unilaterally issue grazing regulation requirements. That we do need to consult with the tribe, we do need to consult with the RDC, which is committee members, as well as also Navajo Nation programs. So, and I don't think we would be able to just issue grazing regulations without doing so. We do have that government-to-government relationship, and we do have to consult with our clients.
Yeah, then, so Pai la dis kinigishi kajones ishale ya edize federal trust responsibility, a government organization, ako a kolotide to never Washington, to the Michigan, the leadership, she a audit, Michigan, kajones lecture, and we've been open up those revisions to grazing laws, go without any issue, they done the evening. So the next question is, from Pinion area, question for BIA, grazing permit, NPL, wild horse, money for NPL funding from federal government. So I guess the question here is there any funding from federal government for or who asked this question, if you can expound on it, please.
Cato, Nado, RTC committee. I'm from Pinion chapter, so I have this question on the table. Is relocated NPL the community that not bad and the city all fence like this not because the fence was put on us state. In that area, there's the people that have sheep so met by the unknown for Jesus. I don't know. I mean, they right now they say that they can't issue a permit back to them. Of course, crazy Washington to see the nations. What corruption of money is the study on that. But if there's such a Nadia to take the sheep away from the relocated no Nijian so they happen as night need beta and they depend on Estonia. But when they move over to the fence, and they say that you can't have this. So even APIA, what is going to happen to APIA? But you say something, we just been chased off and they say you can't do this no more. Hey, quick, and I just kid. I don't want to say, NPL, we can't do this in NPL because you're that needs to, we need to get something going. NPL is not the 18 kid, need to go in and there, but hope you can't pass. I don't, the record just stand in 1976 or somewhere in that area. And that Washington, not here, with the both tribes. Here's the money. You get your ordinance back up. The grazing permits that any regulation, conflict, you don't need. To the Navajo Nation Council. Hopi, they ran with it. That is why they got the money. Hey, yeah, the condo windmill, the brand new in the Yita. The Navajo needs to get a state. And to this day, if they could have done that, they could have done their job, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about our grazing. To this day, I mean, because we were responsible for all of that stuff. They can't have it. Every now I think about how long are grazing in NPL, whether they're relocated or community on in NPL. Oh, I don't have any kid. I for need from BIA. They have track responsibility to do what we need and on special need. So, yo te cuento, no, I don't do para porta, ya, or you the next, but they only get it from, right of way, what they, say that. What about they not, over the, actually, hold on, he only say my that, but there's other ones, and they is that. So, quite okay, we need to start working on that, because I don't need it, Thì đây đó, những cái lý thì có những cái bé, thì cho cái lý thì có khai chính là phải đi, cho cái vấn đề. So everything has to be with the land under rather than just picking up from right away, even that. Even I just go there.
But I really want to, make a response to the questions that was posed to the gentleman in the. Can we just get to the point of getting these responses, one and questions I shared?
Okay, got just one clarification, earlier, I seen something, the relationship here, should be, establishments, let's say relocation, relocatees, community, initiative system, network, community, initiative system, near Covetafo, Ginago, into the Kisinago, and Grazing from the DDA, nothing, initiative system, not yet Jupiter, vehicle. The kid. Legal interpretation from the Department of Justice. Ash and near relocatees a good a permit city making so we need a clarification from the Department of Justice. Whether the people who relocated really relinquished their grazing permit. Course of keeping on Jesse, Department of Ag, and out of the only way it can be done is with chapter resolution, meaning, I could, if I'm not there, we ask the grazing official, chapter resolution, and that's a challenge, be, Passas me, as que perto de Jeremias, na past, chapter resolution has no haven much, up now, the shipping, so they all go, need that, I need to keep on that cake. Go with the chapter resolution needs a forest like me, so even like they could look at that issue story. On they don't keep on they are right away. On there not on those out of the other thing, the bag of society, Tito, Pizza, Shando, took it out the grazing official, that neck. Now, so see, you go. Okay, that goes to farm, so A O A talking about short that CEA could Department of Ag, Coordinating, all indicate, Italian of the district. Could you be out, you, he was at that, Chapeka, she do, how can you come here, the senior? Sana, the CEA, what's that? Ako na asha voting keeping the Asian people in car in there. Ako kade aja that is started. So I and last week of it.
Ako siya Although the, I found the, what she told me, should I stuff. But that not the key is why is environmental assessment required? Now, okay, why is environmental assessment required now? Previously, the EA was not a concern. Grazing permits were issued in the 1940s and 50s. EAs were developed by the National Environmental Policy at NEPA, which was passed by Congress in 1969. Since that time until recently, EAs weren't required. What additional benefits justify the need for an EA? The BIA should consider utilizing categorical exclusion clause NEPA to address EA requirement. So BIA should provide a response.
Thank you. I think, why is EPA required? You're not saying, you're saying that, or raising the transfer done, now, environmental assessments, legal compliance was not done. And since recently, EIA was sued 554 million, and that's part of it. We weren't doing environmental assessment. So now we have to do environmental assessment. Environmental assessment, environmental review, grazing from the outside. Anything with that?
She shot back without settlement, then that been normal, they have to do their own due diligence. I have a sheep in Asian now, ARMP allows for single ARMP. Can specific agencies have an agency-specific ARMP? To make a response.
Yes, I mean, we can work with the consultants and do it by agency. That would be something we work with our consultants on.
The way the scope of work was written was for all of Navajo, but it could be divided up by the agencies also. I think that happened good.
Okay, so they go the net Washington Mosquito Mehi I get not big kiddo to where it can be broken down by agency that is in the statement of work that Director Shirley talked about. Do you want to add anything?
Just wanted to caution, it might cost a little more. But we wouldn't know until we actually store it. If that's if we do it by agency or if that's because you're looking at different contractors, it might cost a little more and depending on the different contracts. That's why he able to clarify.
Yeah. I'll open that not the KDA, well, a one-time permit by that work to remove permit, both active and inactive. It says, and then also can AIF funds be used? And then the question again is, can these grazing areas then be placed under Navajo Nation oversight? Do you want to see that, Ms. Jim or?
And a one-time permit buyback word to remove permit, both active and inactive. Can someone explain their question?
Mr. Edward.
Okay. The question I have is that you have a lot of inactive permits. If those permits are purchased one time offer, and you go and those that didn't take it, that are inactive or not being used, can then be canceled. It would also allow the Navajo Nation to manage those areas. And that would allow economic development. So it's a possibility that one-time offer could be made. And that gives chance for people to make a little money off their inactive permits, but it also gives the nation control of that land. And they can either RMU it, ag lease it, or whatever. So that's what the question's asking.
Thank you, Ms. Redwood, for that clarification.
Okay, well, according to code, from what I understand, and that's what I'm trying to look for. I think it does say Navajo to Navajo. I'm not too sure what it states Navajo to non-Navajo. There is that possibility, but the code also does say no dollar value should be associated with grazing permits. Transferring, from what I understand, I'm gonna let Brady expand more.
Okay, so we say permit. Number one, the agricultural permits cannot be sold. It just, it's not, you can't do it. You can't sell, you can sell the improvements to the land that you have incorporated. And so it's, I don't know what the question is related to as far as a land use permit and or a grazing permit. A grazing permit is only a few areas where you can do some kind of transfer. So transfer between two participants, and then you have to get that from an individual. If it's an inactive permit and that individual is willing to relinquish it as a gift, number one, and or relinquish it in the form of a monetary value that will be between the individual and the person that is going to be the recipient, grantor or grantee. So long story short is that, basically, if it's inactive and the person is no longer around, they're deceased, whatever whereabouts unknown, stuff that has to be done by the court. Only the court can do that. Thank you.
The next two questions are related to feral horses. What is the problem with getting rid of all feral horses? Horses, wild cows, bulls, burros. It is not all the fault of livestock owners. And then it says presentation is centered on grazing. What is the plan to address livestock, trespass or illegal? In other words, enforcement. Who will be the enforcer of Navajo Nation or BIA?
As far as the question on enforcement, we were just having a conversation this morning regarding who enforces the violation, the corrective action. And we do, yesterday I did get the package that Mr. Jerome Willie had sent of the permittees that were in violation and stated what they're violating, what they're trespassing. Now, we want to start the conversation on how do we enforce trespass? How do we enforce corrective action? Some of them are state grants, not being associated with the grazing permits. Some are trespassing 7 head, 2 head. And some are in serious trespass, habitual trespassers. They willfully, knowingly know that they're trespassing. So in those cases, what is our plan as from the Department of Ag and BIA? Can we collectively go to the permittee with Department of Reinforcement, Hope's Group, the Rangers, ourselves, and BIA, how do we enforce it? Instead of just passing the bill on to the next agency. I'm gonna ask Ray to fill in.
So based on the question versus cattle other livestock that might be on their feral, meaning there's no owners and stuff. We have to start with 1311, which I just got presented. That resolution under the chapter is what we go by. So the chapter resolution only states horses, that's all we targeted. Because that's what the community had agreed upon. But if the resolution states horses and cattle at the time that the activity is going on and the present, yes, they will be rounded up, collected, and transported. So if it is a resolution that says livestock, now that's pretty general. Okay, does that mean that we're going down to the roundup and we have these sheep that are in the right of way? They're not supposed to be grazing in the right of way. They're in the wrong place. Can we stop, load them up and everything? The answer is no. Because the fences are not built in a way to where we will keep them out unless they have a field fence. The smart water, they're gonna go through it. So anyway, cattle and horses are targeted if the resolution states that, and it was passed by the community, somebody motioned, somebody second, and there was a vote on this, so thank you.
Question. Thank you for those, response, so really it goes back down to the community chapter resolutions, and we, as I was stated yesterday in RDC meeting, some chapters are actually opposing the feral horse roundups. So, honestly, the they don't come, or you need to pitch everything that was shared here today, being a big concern, and hopes that chapters start passing resolutions. Now, these two questions are for NPL related questions. First one is, when will we get our canceled NPL grazing permit, airship be reissued? This is, Ms. Dorothy Yazzie. Otto, the next question is, what is the legal status on 10 sheep units versus or the 50 sheep units? NPL question. Someone needs to tell us which one is legal. So, then, I'll give it to Mr. Castillo with, Department of Ag for a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the question is related more to airship than it is to the living is basically done by BIA. Airship is basically done by the Navajo Nation. So people need to understand, that we have the three legislations that are part of this airship. One is the IGR 35505, which is when the 25 CFR was published as a final rule, and basically the Navajo Nation has given an opportunity to look at permits that have deceased individuals, because BIA in that 25 CFR 161 did not allow for deceased individuals to get a permit and stuff, so Navajo Nation established its own eligibility criteria. The key is eligibility criteria, which basically evolved to the IGRJ in 11010, and basically as a proposed eligibility criteria on the 355, and then the IGRJ in 11010 basically said BIA is not going to comment on, so Navajo Nation being the one to propose, this is the way we're going to do it. So what we are working with currently is the RDCF-20-17, adopted by the Navajo Nation's Resource Committee. A product that was in NIRA, your Navajo Rangeland Improvement Act. And the council basically said, okay, that's the document that we might be able to use, and you just take that portion out and represent it to us as RDC. That was the 24th or the 23rd council. I don't remember which one it was, I think it's 23rd, 2017. So they basically looked at it and they said it's appropriate, and stuff went through all the legal reviews and everything was passed by RDC, and that is what we're using. So the question here is, when is it going to happen? Only thing that we are working on or waiting on is the reviewing committee. That's it. The reviewing committee, which is basically invested with Mr. Alona and basically Ms. Jessica Jim right now. As soon as those are in place and stuff, that will go back before RBC So promulgated, approved, and these are the individuals that will be part of the reviewing committee. Along with that, it's going to be the SOP, the standard operating procedure, to begin the issuance of airship. We have about 140 people that have potential to do that, but of the 140, not all have complete applications. So that's the sense I can give. Thank you.
What about the, question regarding what is the legal status on 10 sheet unit versus, the 50 sheet unit? Someone needs to tell us which one is legal.
The question of going from 10 sheet units to 50 sheet units, it's going to involve changing doing another environmental assessment. That's what it's going to take. The that ARMP that was passed was based on 10 sheet units. So when that ARMP was passed, it was through the biological resource compliance form, including the findings of no significant impact. A FONSI was issued sheet units. We're going to have to revisit that, do another environmental assessment, and that may take time to do another review. So it's going to take some changes and re-looking at the problematic EA. That's what it's going to take.
To also clarify, to further clarify just what, Mr. Johnson said, it's not Jameson. I'm getting tired. To further clarify what Mr. Johnson said, when RDC, and I don't know this because I wasn't here and I don't know if it was prior, council, I wasn't sure. But when RDC supported the resolution for the 50 sheep units, I don't know if there were scientific studies and EAs that supported it, or if they were just pulling that number out and just said, we want 50 sheep units. Maybe because of constituents wanting to be reelected, and that's how it kind of came about. But the bottom line is for scientific purposes, which is what backs up what we're saying is that the scientific information, both from BIA and Navajo Department of Ag, as well as Natural Resources, that's what we presented, and that's why why we said like 10 sheep units. That's the difference.
So we go, starting to look at those to them, 50 sheet units, sitting for these, they are paid non economy, which, and at the end of the day, is going to cost more money. The next question is back to BIA. If BIA wants navigation to take over, then where are the funds? It is a BIA trust responsibility. Number two is BIA needs to look at the alternative to permit numbers while BIA moved to using carry capacity for compliance, not tally. Who can answer this from BIA?
My document says.
So you want me to,
So the first question you need, if you can answer, if you can.
if BIA wants Navajo Nation to take over, then where are the funds? It is a BIA trust responsibility.
Okay. So the way that the Washington understood, cannot go to Washington understood, so it is up for BIA to operate. And the branch of natural resources, the staff and all the budget being we're operating that. And if Navajo Nation decides that they want to exercise self-determination, Ang needs ego, now no try to nigi needs ego, ang kibi was all they found. The grazing, going natural resources, that needs, if that's what the tribe wants. Then they need to they can exercise that, but they'll follow a self-determination process to do that. Ano di peso ko BIA staff, Michigan, that thing it gets transferred over, not all of it. Some of it depending on what the self, determination contract is gonna entail. Some of that money will get transferred over through a contract, 638 contract, remember the money, and that money gets transferred over, and then the nation runs. But understand, I always say this, and I say this in a way, BIA, our work is cheap. We work, the amount of money that it takes for BIA to run, it's cheap labor. When we transfer the money over to the government, to the tribe, you have to remember that. So if something costs like $100, and we only have enough money for maybe 75, the tribe has to figure out where the other $25 is gonna come from. And that might be from your general funds or however that is to meet that 100%. So don't think you're gonna get, there's only a lot of also I'm shipping also. There's always gonna be only a certain percentage that you're gonna get. Because the trust responsibility is gonna make sure on the federal government side, BIA side, that we still have to make sure compliance, the tribe still has to comply with the federal regulations of for a certain staff, a compliance based people. Now, in regards to the second question is BIA needs to look at alternative to permit numbers. Will BIA move to using carrying capacity for compliance, not tallies?
Yes, that's true. The answer is yes. Outside the carrying capacity, though permit, they work hand in hand. They the cadence on it. Zahan not the better way question not create on it some people the carrying capacity. So we have to work hand in hand with the sheriff. I'm not sure if that was the question, but it works hand in hand.
Okay, so that was the question that was asked. The next one is, does the Resources Development Committee and Navajo Nation Council have political courage and wisdom to pass legislation to implement a reservation-wide livestock reduction program similar to the 1930s to allow recovery of Navajo rangeland over a 10-year period? And then number 2 is, why haven't ARMP funds been allocated to expedite rangeland recovery and to improve develop infrastructure to support farmers and ranchers? So, Kayla, who wants to take this, are you saying now? Yes.
Courage.
Not really got everybody courage, like you mesh code, courage. You know what, looks like that we have to make the whole set. Nice, 1996 rangeland improvement. No, that we went down or have the yellow, I will look at these. I did that, but he did China shoot. Actually, not funny. Now, hopefully, I did that, so I did. Now, not just all that is different. Then the needs on that. Also, needs, so that comes with that here. Not just And that's what I mean, is that, you know, somewhere we have to make that decision. Whether we like it or not, because we're gonna have the right and the left. But there's every decision the nation makes, we have the right, we get the right wing and the left side, which is really your family, or you look at the purchases of properties, you have the right and the left. That everything has, you will always have, for every decision you make, you will not please everybody. Even now, it's very, very, very complicated. And I tell you, leadership, when it gets to leadership, if the authority is the final, if we change the final authority to RDC, not tribal council, maybe we can change it like that. You know, because this particular legislation is gonna go, if it's struck today, it will go to the full council. But if we go change the law prior before this legislation goes to council, and we change the law and have the final authority at RDC, well, then it's not. And you have a 6-member voting capacity to make that change. But if you take it to the council, you need to strategize who's gonna vote on it, because out of the 24 members, you need 2/3 vote. Because you are changing a provision in the law that is on it. And that is on it. Anything about code that you're changing tribal code, you need 2/3 vote. Other equations and AI that sensible that vote for against legislation. Just vote for the legislation. There'll be a lot of lobbying going on every day. But you know, but somewhere we have to make that, we have to make that step to if we're just talking about it and things like that, I'm yellow, nice and calm. Rồi thì nào thợ đồ về mặt vì sự ta vô tình ra đồ thì vô đồ ta phải bằng một sự nó you might as well just walk, there's a door. Oh, on the sheet. They came today, I will vote. You have to change. Made and then that's coming home. Tremendous and key jogo, consumaya, everything does, it all, I don't, and make it the one, some crazy, but me got shit, could Nendo team and living copy. I should need team like I did a teacher need I know, and then not the children. And if I didn't, I think very don't each other. Those things happen. And how I will not change that. And I'm gonna go back to what Director Jim indicated. Because here is a teacher in the docent over the it's more a hobby. Oh, I'm not a horse. I want a hobby, a llama. You know, and ocean, that's evil. Oh, it's a hobby. o prima nena. I si in nave o neve sa chi ponsi. To hajina sa ina o e ben na shuri ni o na ni. Royo ega. Sa ora la pe ya pe. Royo venta di sitio. Teniamo che il allora, che ayer dati ora c'è la le non che hanno che e capita tanto di dopo e tu bene I think that we really need to have a discussion with the stakeholders in the level. This is now a whole permanent program. They're not so bad, because we have now that can come. We teaching it like, hey, make it rich, you got so DP at your best. Because what happens is that someone may bring in an elder and say, hey, what we've got, you don't understand. Io sono in that what happens is that he fast. It all done, it all be done, they can't some of the But again, you couldn't not be That's what happens. That's what happened with one of the right-of-way issues that was going through my son into when the right-of-way was going to the community of Pullman. Was going through when we was the cage both that. I just thought that case like it needs to she follow and I can't any it's not set up it's not not high speed. But 1995, I remember that being grandma Ali and the kid in the Anki Grandma Danzig, some fishing gave a number of them. So, easy to show. So in that, but we really need to have an indirect conversation from the whole district. That way we can make understand, they can make some choice on the grazing that this policy is actually gonna they're the ones that are going to be impacted. They get the information. So that's it. I'd say from my side, but the way I see we just have to make that whole statement and say, let's do it. If not, another since last time the Grazing Act in 1996, I think we're getting not go for so many years, almost 20 years. 20 more years out of the legal. Somewhere we have to move. And yeah, I'm gonna get beat up for it, but we have to make that definitely. So that's my thought. Find ways to keep it up. I make that impact happen. But we do it now, so we'll go through the whole navigation council. But if we change the policy to have RDC to keep the final authority, it's a very chance that we can see it soon. Because if we get it to the council, the full council will vote on it, and we don't know what the votes will be there. So those are just some of my thoughts, and I mean, all operational, all that. So, thank you, Chair.
Goshi, Raj, although do you want to make a response?
Okay, Shado Oban's case. And it takes me back to, I think somewhere in my college, high school years, I read about the livestock reduction that took place and, looked at some pictures. And then I also experienced a similar event in my time during the Navajo Hopi land dispute. As somebody who's lived in my community and tried and still am, trying to create places of healing because we have a long history of historical trauma. We have high rates of alcohol, substance abuse, diabetes, chronic health conditions. Because they did not have, the bodies were not healthy enough to fight this virus because of all the historical traumas. You want another traumatic event? That's not what I want to do. Para extendo todos los desenvolvimientos. Około spinasz masan no na ciębi jak czyniasz do biga czysta. Czyniasz do nazwiska do polski to czyniasz czysta. Wynici spało. To inanka hepa stawi nehi. Da to szata podobne. Da ne wynici as. The best, and this was something I wanted to make a comment on earlier, that these things that we talk about, the sheep and our animals, that is our Navajo economy. Our money economy, our economic development in terms of the and the EP jobs and the cash flow going around, we're not doing a very good job of it. But we do have another kind of economy out there. They contribute, they donate to one another. And of course, so you have to think about, I think about all those things. Shana Shahadeo, Dodson, I think the baby that we know. Shana Shahadeo, I think the Nendam, Arjade, Dohd Cup and Helstada. I see the baby cake now, Kaya Yadam, Kaya Harbor region, you had a see. The Bendenes, Kayabe, Yak, Shemandoli, Dano. I always thought and I envisioned that in my head, what that looks like. And I see this beautiful place. You are correct in that we want to see that kind of land, Navajo lands again. So to me, the other really important piece to this question is, while you ask the people to give up their livestock for 10 years, what is the plan? Conservation plan is now because I would hate to do livestock reduction and then have no money and no plan for the next 10 years to do rangeland improvement. Oh, that's the real important, it should be coupled with a good plan, if you're going to do that. I don't think that, when they have, in their farming, what happens is they get paid when they don't farm. There's incentives for not farming. So while you create an incentive for folks to not have livestock, maybe that might be a way to get it to work. Okoho, Opans case, The other piece to this is rangeland recovery, and you are correct. In all the programming that I've seen and all the years I've lived on our homelands, Navajo Nation has not given adequate resources or funds towards rangeland recovery. There's never been enough money, given, to the communities out there. There are some communities and some people who are doing real conservation efforts. But certainly we should use, and when I read the ARPA eligibility, there was so many amazing things we could have done with that. We could have drilled wells. That was an eligible activity. So remember that the ARPA expenditure was done before our time. So it was a council, so there's a lot of conservation, there's a lot of those activities that are covered under ARPA and that eligibility. So I wish that, we could have done some of those things. And so I hope going forward that we do, as a council, start really taking a look at our conservation efforts, because when we do that, when we're holding back our waters, we are also recharging our aquifers. And one of the reasons that's important is, so yes, we're going after water rights. And we are depending on the Colorado River, but we have no control over that. And with climate change and everything else, there's probably going to be less and less water. But the control we have as the net people is our local aquifers, the waters that are underneath us. And that's where we should spend our time and effort in really just recharging our headwaters, our aquifers, because that's the sure water. That is for certain, that's the water we have access to and that we have rights to. So that's important to me. Otherwise, if this Congress doesn't fund this settlement and doesn't approve it, that's basically, especially if they don't fund it, it's just paper water rights. That's all it is. That's on paper. We have water rights. So I think rangeland conservation efforts, all of these things, we've got to address it head on. And I think it can be done while also still maintaining livestock on the land. So, but of course, it all has to be coupled with everything this young woman here talked about, the education, a lot of education. Hey, thank you.
The question that was posed to the committee, even the full council. Courage, yay. I think we have a lot of courage. You can't see the arrows in my back right now, but there's quite a bit right now. And I didn't do it, and I'm trying to help people and stay and not circumvent any laws, Lisa. And for the leadership that are here from the chapters. You've seen for yourselves and you've heard for yourselves the biggest challenges that we are faced with. And we're supposed to leave this land 7 generations down, not in your chiefdom. At the rate that we're going right now, what are we going to leave for our generation 7 years down? Chaos, it's spiraling out of control the way it is right now. And this is, and I'm sure a lot of you travel off to Navajo Nation. So when you're traveling out there, it's very rare that you would see just wild horses or whatever. Someone has to always take ownership, because off the reservation, they have the very laws that apparently was just told to us here this morning by BIA and by Department of Ag and DNR. But Hashid needs to be either. So Kodosha Yajininki, Article Auto, does it have to be where now that, Resources Development Committee has to be bold. Example, burial regulations, you told the 3 years is May finally. Vice Chair Honorable, Casey Allen Johnson dropped the legislation, but not as late. But it's already been talked about in, public hearings, I thought on a state. And yet, after that, burial regulations was approved and they chapters of the day. So, so again, we're in the 21st century. If you lived off the reservation and you moved back, you know, this is an easier way of living than off reservation. You have to pay property taxes, you have to abide by every law there is. I used to live in a home and I didn't know this, the city was really stern on zoning. So those leaves, I used to get a citation on my door when I got home, saying you need to cut your weeds or your grass. You got 5 working days to complete it. If you come back and it's still like that, we're gonna fine you. Yeah, this is at my own home off reservation, and I'm like, okay, you know, I don't just, and it's the same concept here on Navajo Nation. So as leaders, I'm sitting here thinking as chair of RDC, this big issue that is here before us. It's not just going to take the RDC or Navajo Nation Council to address this issue. It's every one of us sitting here, every individual on that phone call here, and then everyone else out there on the Navajo Nation to address this issue. So, Sheya Abut this case, it's aimed at Hajol and Yago. How many of our grazing officials and grazing permit holders have heard the very information we heard today? I bet you less than 5%. So now we probably have to go back and share this information. We're not going to get that resistance. We have to change our mentality, our practice, our culture. That's all it's about, education. That's not very hard. It's going to be for the betterment of our land. When I drive, speaker, so, and then the pictures that Dr. Curley had showed up your sheet, and it really does hurt. You're like, okay, you know, let's go ahead and reduce it. So, but for me, I'd like to take the approach where I'd like to get the buy-in of our community people out there. So again, I just want to make that statement. So I do want to work with everyone about how much more education do we need to allow. And we'll definitely work with our Navajo Nation team here and then even BIA. So I also find that skills of the responding. Just kidding. Okay, going on. I have 3 more questions here. All causes of vegetation destroyers must be presented, not just grazing by livestock owners. So again, for those, I think that the contributors of this land status, the way it is right now, I think that was addressed. Chapter Commission Government Community Land Use Planner Committee. We are looking for assistance to get consultants to do land and community, home site lease, economic development, school, livestock grazing, assistance for operations of cattle and sheep business, Navajo beef, while the ARMP being able to cover us. We have 180 livestock grazing permits. So I don't know, Ms. June, if you want to take that question, if that particular variable will be incorporated into the ARMP.
In the ARMP includes everything regarding agriculture. So that subject is brought up. And yes, it will be included.
Okay, so ego pito so chene kodoheshi na adult kene. And then I have two more. One is grazing permits have been purchased on the NIT project. What is the reason for not paying? NIT permits were paid by the Navajo Nation. Why is the permit buyback out of the question? Who wants to take this? This is the Navajo irrigation. Indian irrigation project. Does anyone, want to take this question? I think we need to do a fuller research on this because I don't think anyone's really familiar with it. So we'll get back with you on this, Mr. Deswood. And then last, 25 CFR 167 states, people should be protected from unduly or antisocial individuals. Why not enforce this? People should participate in all policy decisions. Why are they not allowed to participate? People should have a clear understanding of policy and relationships. Aren't they provided opportunity to be educated, and understand, to decide and participate? When and how will regulations and laws be enforced? When and how will compliance be maintained? I think these are a lot of the questions that were already answered. Navajo Nation lawsuits do not include permittees, so why are they blamed? Grazing committee, how, when, and why were grazing committees established? Where they're given no regulations, resources to fulfill their roles and responsibilities from BIA. They should be given back to BIA until proper resource is provided. Why are the permittees not invited? They vote, should be protected, need to voice. Should getting a permit be quick and seamless as getting a driver's license? Should laws be implemented after it's approved and signed, not when it's still being developed, planned, and in thought? Shouldn't BIA just cancel all contractors or contracts that are not implemented and followed? Where are the reports? Who should ensure contracts are resources and equipment? With our tradition and language disappearing, shouldn't we who are holding on to these be declared threatened and endangered and be declared as in regulations? If a permission, or if a, what is this? If a person, I think that's what it is, huh?
If a person is hired or contracted to do a job and they do not do the job, should they be fired? And another person, people being hired or contracted to do the job, why should BIA exercise this? Why do they allow to give money to Navajo Nation that is not doing their job?
Okay, so those are the questions that were posed by Dr. Benali here. So I don't know if BIA wants to take some of these questions, but you have the cards. So this is the last, and I don't check when you need, or do you want me just to take the cards and see if we can make a response back to Dr. Benali? Okay, Ms. Shirley's coming up. You want to give her the mic? Yes.
I can answer the questions regarding the contract. It was kind of long, so I was trying to.
Okay.
This will help me. In regards to, first of all, I can't, I think to meet Dr. Benali, I haven't seen you in a long time. That's good to see you. In regards to the contract, financially, the work that goes on, we, the BIA, like I always say, the contract itself was offered to the tribe to take the first step and exercising self-determination so they can make decisions on that. When a contract gets entered, so it falls within the Office of Contracts and Grants under Navajo Nation, OMB, I'm right, I think it's OMB and then contracts and grants on that side. They enter into that contract with the BIA to exercise self-governance and to carry out the work that BIA was going to do. So we provide monitoring, but a lot of it goes to the nation Office of Contracts and Grants to ensure that they're following the process. Okay, will monitor the monitoring side, just making sure that the work is getting done. If we need to amend the contract, or we need to amend the length of the contract, or we need parts of the scope of work or something. Those are the kinds of things we would, our Indian Self-Determination Office, along with the Office of Contracts and Grants, would work together to make those kinds of amendments based on the recommendation from the nation itself. I think that's the question, regarding the contracts. And we won't be able to just cancel those contracts because we believe in the support of the nation and working towards, doing the work. And it's a contract, unless they were in breach of contract, meaning that they took the money and they didn't even start the program, or they just have had it for, 5 years and didn't do anything, then there would be and the time frame ended, and there could be a possibility of a breach of contract, the legal side of it, and that's why we would cancel it. But we've already started it, we're already working with the tribe, we're supporting the tribe with training and trying to help them, to guide them in the direction that, the nation needs to go in with their contracts, or with this work that they need to do for the ARMP. Okay. I think that's a changing part. Some of it, I think might be the, Navajo Nation internal side.
Yeah, and I think a lot of those discussions has already happened, but right now, Shiaj wants to conclude, and we'll do the next steps, and then we'll go ahead and adjourn for this meeting.
Yes. Okay, just let you know too, at one point, I was thinking about taking the policy that anything that is outlined law, the nomination code, and it change the law. Right now, the only public involvement of any laws to be changed and where they could be part of it is through the preliminary stages that when the policies being developed. That's one, maybe through chapter resolution, things like that. If there's one, the other is just a 5-day comment period. That's where the other, that's just a comment, and the current law only has those 2 aspects, and I was indicating that, in my opinion, my thought was that, we should change the code to have a mandatory that any policy that's codified in law has to go through a public hearing. So that way, like as an example, if Title 3 is amended, already codified, and in this legislation passed, it would go through a set of public hearing process at the local level, so that they're informed. And that's up to the community member to go or not. As an example, the water rights, public hearing on that state. There was some, reports from Department of Justice that there was only like 10 people sitting. But they weren't around throughout the whole nation, right, the public hearing, somebody signed it. That is a mechanism that the nation is changing, so we metal out of vida. And I think somewhere we have to start having that component in our policy of that. So the public can make those, make their input, as it gets back to the community level, whether it's at the standing committee, they can make some of the policy change recommendation. Those changes could be implemented into the policy change that's going to happen. So that was one thing that I was thinking about, and on this amendment. When it happened in 2016. I sponsored that. And prior before that, I worked at planning firms. We did public hearings. And then other employment that many grazing officers came over and said, we were never told. I remember being at the tractor house, telling people about the homes that needs amendment that's unhappy. And they did not, in my view, at that time, as a first term delegate, I sponsored that legislation. And I knew that we were well informed. This as I'm going to Madam Chair talk about various 24th Council, 23rd Council, added by document, Ben document. There was a work session and meetings of what that happening between areas. We were there, we were on the call, and as Honorable Johnson introduced that legislation, we were never told not about the think somewhere had a mechanism that way, it's on record. If a public hearing happened and we had a sign sheet, this is attached up to it as our justification, say, yeah, we were not. I mean, that will take. That way, it could go, then that's really they got and we got the information out there. And I think that's one area that I think that I'll try to move forward with some policy, on all policy application, whether it's title from Title 1 to Title 26. Anything that's codified in the law that requires a public hearing. So as an example, again, is that CFRs, in order for the for changes to be made to the CFRs, it goes through the public hearing process. Policy changes made. And I think we have to do that at some point. Well, at once thing, that. That way we can say, yeah, we told. That, but the mechanism is it's not very, there's not much information public involvement. We can review this legislation tomorrow to approve the Grazing Act that failed in 1996. And once someone drops it, and someone can say, I don't really inform it. But if you look at it, it's been live since 1996. We talked about the talk about sample unfortunately now when she raising for COVID. So those are just examples. So in that one, okay, one I go did the better points. The in the home one people She will become really better that I exposed that. I need not a not needed in that is not in the and that not maybe not feel that I exposed. But my the claim my father that exposed. I should. Only the house should. Dai quindi esperiamo speriamo che sani e usare a forza e il tavolo a convenzione non va perché noi if you know the important vision council when we vote green or when they vote red it's going to impact somebody up on the nomination. Whether it's money legislation, policy change, things like that, it's going to impact something. But you know, on a policy change, someone's going to say, why do you vote green? Even if I vote green on money allocation, someone's going to say, how can we vote green? You're just wasting money. So, things like that, and that's what I mean by right and left. You don't need that is not so that I certainly see the not so that I play that dies of each get each get that. They have to go back. What's the concept of it? We need to really understand. Oh, our answers is a religion, we are in the kind of we are here was no the next week we made it we should be and Chris someone doing too well they those harsh words. Go back to I was 21 years old. And then I'm pretty sure it's not better than change that. Go down. I don't know the years. I don't know the single son years ago, we can check that in she. Those are valuable things. Sweet things, little things. So we get grow. No home maybe almost every day. Don't say much more. And say much about politics at home. Because section they got to see. They be behind me. I want to be for sleeping. To say look for himself and my people. To open that feeling that way. The way that we can say, should be unshackled and not back. Every day you crisscross an nation and even staff follows. Every call. Bottom line is how to improve the livelihood of the people in the not gain or anything. She did not keep it on track. But if she knew mother, she did not know. Now she's not on track. Shot. In the shot, I'm or it's actually another we have. The 20 years ago, the sheet of the no, we had our own secret. Spiritual Assim, que eles vão usar assim, então, please. Lord, the not reconciliation of the child. The apple out. Lord, not give me all. I was this year is the God. Stay. All topic, understand. Lord, now mission personnel. Are that culture. I say, God, he will public church. Yeah, he knows as long as you comply with what the law in your criminal operation states. Delivering that direct services. Okay. And how that services being rendered. And you grazing officers. Continue to do what you do. Kaya ito sana feedback to you. So thank you. Excuse me for the Luzana shot. So as you know, some feedback. This case. And then the day, all of us 24 delegates. Mine was talking, we improve the livelihood of our national citizen and protect the nation. It is, she could be cut back. Okay, she will get what we saw, you did, you know, so thank you for being on there and listening in and being part and hearing the conversation on this very hard issue out of 3 grazing permits. As to hard permits, and salt. And I need that. You know, so I will not so the manager appreciate it.
Yeah. Cashiage, Adoshi Ega, Bagi Chocolate, Nako, Dini Ega, Deepagina, they can now. What I want to do is I want to type out these questions and again, email this out to GIA and now the nation side. Or even that your questions, the answer that you will go ahead and email them out to the individuals that provided email address by getting so Heidi. So the next steps was a directive to Division of Natural Resources and Fish and Wildlife to come up on or before July the 12th and update via email to RDC committee on possible direct sourcing option. Although the second one is schedule a meeting in July. So this, I'll send out this email and this would be with Navajo Nation and BIA to discuss the extension on the contract and amending the statement of work. But I would like to have the Navajo Nation team to have the language provision ready so that we can share this with BIA when we come to meet again on sometime in July, but I would need some dates. The other one that was talked about, enforcement. The recommendation made by Department Manager Ms. Jim is to come together with BIA, Department of Agriculture and Rangers. ASHA Audit put on with RDC, she Audit enforcement, that's the biggest issue that comes up. And then there's a talk with Department of Ag on AIF dollars. There were 17 projects that were not signed by Division Director Bologna. AEG redesigned INDO needs to assist more of our farmers and ranchers out there. And then we still have the year 4 monies of $12 million that RDC will still have to meet with Department of Ag and DNR and how to appropriate those dollars so that RDC can drop a legislation. The next one is getting a clear justification on the NPL issue where people have given up their grazing permit. Getting Department of Justice legal opinion on this issue. we'll definitely reach out to Veronica Black Hat or any one of the team members at Navajo Department of Justice. The other one that I have listed that Speaker So had mentioned is permit holders meeting. So again, this would be dialogue and how we're gonna do this meeting. That will be something that we would need to work on as RDC. That is the takeaway from today's discussion. So again, going back to the permit, for the BIA, the children offer NPL. So again, if we're wanting to increase it to 50 sheep units in a daycare, it's going to require a whole new assessment that needs to be done, and the monies need to be secured. RDC, we will leave it to our task of one of our tasks on our list to see how this whole transition with the NPL lanky, if it's even possible to reissue those grazing permits back to the individuals that they've taken the permits from. But we have to remember a lot of our elders have already gone able to and nothing these through that 75-year lease event. Navajo Auto the additional questions, we are going to continuously have this dialogue with the departments of education. So it sounds like the Navajo Nation now still has a lot of work that needs to be done to get that forage evaluation assessment out of the way. For that BIA they skip. Lay the numbers, a lot of them were the negatives as red. You know, that justifies to me, because my first major was accounting, you know, when you see a red and negative number, it's not good. Well, how do we reverse that concept? For those children, you can't coordinate the Navajo Nation. You tell us the direction. You want us to reissue all of the permits as it is, and they're not sheep units, don't just net. The active individual grazing permits, fatality about the 80 bucks, it's permits. If you reissue that, don't need higher sheep units. So again, that would be discussion with leadership here on the executive side, and we would need President Nyland's input as well. Ishi Kodo, Mr. Halona, Auto Kodo as leadership. So in terms of that, in terms of those deadlines, when to give a definite answer back to the grazing permit holders out there. I'm hoping that we'll have a definite answer later on as we have more discussion. So we want to be able to iron those issues out. So I know you came here in hopes to get a resolution, but the resolution is that we need to get this forage evaluation going, or do we go based off of the data that BIA was able to share with us here today. So this will be a decision again from the executive and legislative side as a collective effort. But of course, our federal partners are always here alongside us to help us with the direction that we want to go. So I showed up on education, and there was resolutions that were submitted. I'm getting those scanned and sending them out to my colleagues in the 25th Navajo Nation Council and to our Navajo Nation stakeholders here on the executive side. Today is neat. I think from today's session, I was able to comprehend more on what is some of the issues, the laws that we are bound to as Navajo Nation grazing. I mean, we already have it all black and white on paper, but for some reason, we just don't want to read it and comprehend it and abide by it, or what is it that we still don't understand? So the Vinigi, and then one of the other biggest challenges, the resources right now. And that's the internal discussion that we can have, and if it's getting more money, I know ARPA was mentioned out of the AIF dollars, again, that's also another possibility, but, the size of the Navajo Nation, it is a big territory, so we're gonna do the best that we can. So, Ashine, or Jishkoshe, Cheda, Tako, Minigi Aya, Teacher, the office, Nato, the Mata, for asking questions for the presenters, and especially to BIA for a lot of clarification. Thank you so much for providing the analytics here today and just making everything clear for us to understand and work off of. We go forward and working together as one in hopes that we fulfill and come to a solution with this grazing permit issue that we've all been talking about. So, take care of yourselves and we'll be reaching out more if we need more dialogue. So again, thank you and have a great evening.